Ahorita voy a trabajar. Hey, how you doing, Moiku? What's up? Sorry that I wasn't here. Be shaken. I am Shugat, and yeah, I was dealing with the situation, kind of. Yes. Um, I assume that you're still there. That one guy from Twitter. It's X, bro. It's X. And you know that it's X? It's called X. So today I learned the cats can pray shit out their butts. Pray shit out their butts. So yeah. Yeah, Momo is nasty and stinky. I forgot. Hold up the chat, dude. I need to fix the chat. Chat needs to be fixed. Where's the chat? Chat group. There we go. So here's what happened, right? My wife bought a how you doing, Fartux? My wife bought huh? A foam like shampoo for cats. It smells like coconut. Smells like coconut. And so she was waiting for me to wake up to, kind of like clean Momo, right? So I did. But then she was like, no, but you also need to like clean her butt cheeks. And I was like, all right, sure, whatever. I'm pretty sure that I did, but let's do it again. Right. So I grabbed a little bit more phone and I was like, I don't know, dude, like rubbing, cleaning her butt cheeks. Not the actual, you know, shit dispenser, but like, her butt cheeks. And she just sprayed shit. And my wife was like, well, you must have sprayed her like chick glands or whatever they're called. And I just and anal glands, that thing. I don't know. And yeah, I mean, I laughed. I laughed. It was fun. My wife didn't find it as fun, but it was fun. I was dealing with the second part of the aftermath of the situation, right? Like my wife already cleaned the bathroom. I already cleaned Momo, and it started streaming. And then I'm like, okay, my wife's kind of shook it right now. So I was like, do you want to order food to kind of like help with the mood? And so yeah, I was dealing with that, right? So now I was just gonna get Burger King, so she doesn't feel as bad. I mean, it happened to me before, dude. Like, This is not something that I necessarily need to. Dude, I've been like walking. You have to remember, I come from a tropical place, right? And I've walked under a lot of trees. I kind of had a video where you show your post process. I'm sure one of the VODs, Hellcat V, one of the VODs must have that part. I'm not. I'm pretty sure maybe that one of the VODs is called like posting or something like that. Definitely go check out the library. I do not upload content to YouTube. That said, you can also check my YouTube channel. And then in my YouTube channel, if you don't like watching VODs here on Twitch, you can find VODs on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, like, dude, I've been walking down trees and like iguanas had shadow me. I've held birds, and birds have shadow me. I had to take care of my nephew once, and my nephew shat himself, and I was cleaning him. And as I was cleaning him, he started to do like he was, had you clean babies, right? Like he was laying on his back, and his legs were kind of like flopping around, full of shit. And then he started doing bicycles, and he was spraying shit all over the place. This happened 10 years ago, and I still remember like it was yesterday. So like I'm kind of used to that. Like it's happened before. The freak out already happened a long time ago. Me, I just find it funny. Oh yeah, so I'm feeling my wife's hand. Am I Dudu Pro? I mean, dude, it's just happened before. Also, I've been around a lot of babies. Like oh my in my family, like my cousins, right? They're all over the place, right? They range from way younger than than my brother. Actually, way younger than my sister. I'm 13 years older than my sister. So they range from like younger than my sister to like 15 years older than me. Like I'm in the middle. So my whole life, my family, my cousins have been like printing out new babies. Now to mention, I was kind of the babysitter um in the place that I lived. Like anytime that anybody needed like, like needed to go out and needed to leave their babies alone for a couple of hours, like they will ask me to do it. So I've been around babies a long time, so I'm kind of used to what they do. So I just laugh now. Maybe just how you do. I haven't started working not because I'm being nice and I'm waiting for people to join. I'm doing my dailies in one of my gadgets. The reset happens midstream, and I haven't done my dailies yet. So anyway, yeah, I'm just glad my wife's not gonna have babies, so she doesn't have to suffer like these. All right, am I done with my dailies? I think I am. All right, done with my dailies. Now time to work. How you doing, Vicious? All right, what exactly do I want to do here? Because I don't think I don't think the turntable is gonna be heard just like these. I mean, it could be, right? Anyway, I just woke up, kind of, because also I couldn't go to bed. Well, I mean, I tried going to bed at like 7 in the morning, but then Momo was like, "Nah, I'm gonna be needy," and she was needy until 10 in the morning. Well, 9:30 in the morning. That's when my wife woke up, and um, Momo chilled. That said, Hellcat. Oh, Hellcat TVI, Hellcat VI, Hellcat 666, Demon Cat. Um, if you're still here, I don't do anything like fancy or special during posting. So in case you can't find it, pretty much like whatever people do, that's what. I suppose like I do keep it simple though. So I suppose that could be the special thing that I do. So yeah, I don't think I think it's probably gonna be something like that, right? I do want to tweak the shader a little bit. Okay, we're definitely doing these for the hair. Okay, let me bring all of these together. I'll bring it back. Go to the hair. And oof, dude, I never like I've been like for like the past 30 minutes. I'm gonna take my allergy medication. And I keep forgetting about it. Oh no, I'm running out. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. Please come back. Anyway, how we doing today? Now, what the fuck did I do? I broke something. What? Oh yeah, I broke these. Let's go. 25 streams. I got Terry. There we go. Ooh, I know she's not happy. Right. Will also be SDF. Shader to RGB. Shader to RGB. Plus. Oh no, I also need to add like a shader to RGB here. It turned out great. Thank you, Bangkok. She's almost done. I just need to tweak her I just need to tweak her shaders, and I'd like add up like a little bit more detail in certain areas. Like the butt needs to be resting a little bit more on the chair, so I need to fix that. Um, Maybe try to, I don't know, check the reference, see if she uses anything on her like arms that I could probably use to add a cut for printing. Because I don't really see anywhere other like any other place to add a cut. Because the other cut that I can think of is maybe keeping the shirt the way that it is and making a cut here in the middle, and then instead of just removing the shirt, having so, uh, well, you can use your imagination, I guess. No, this is not where it goes. It goes here. All right, then now I need to fix one of these, which is the main one. So this is not the main one. What is this one even doing though? What's okay? It's adding a little bit of pinkish hue, I guess. Yeah, it's making things slightly pink. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get rid of the specular here because we don't need it for anything. Now this one is the main light, and this is another feel like kind of that we heavy. And I'm also gonna get rid of it. Now this one, I'm gonna keep this one. Hello? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Now we're just gonna do a little bit of these. I'm gonna need to fix the face. So we're gonna make this into a mask. Plus, go here. Can I copy this? Plus, fading, go for color. Um, huh. Okay, hold up. Color attribute. So instead of setting it up like this, gonna need to hold up. Brain, please work. There we go. Oh, right. So this needs to, this whole thing needs to be black. There we go. Now what we do is add a mix. There we go. Are your models 3D printable? Yeah. Yeah, that's my business, I guess. Venko. This model is gonna be for 3D printing this month over on Patreon, alongside Tough and the Duchess from Night Ring. I do have a problem with this one because I do want this one to be a little bit more, a little bit sharper. I think. Yeah. Stuff done. Yeah. She just needs to be prepped. Let me see. No, no, we can't show that here. How you doing, Eros? What's up? You know we can't show that kind of stuff here, Mangaku. Why are you trying to get me banned? All right, let me turn off the. There we go. And now we're gonna go here. Hide the arms. Oh, where the fuck are you coming from? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. All right. So how do I fix these? She looks like one of those e-girls on Boob TV. Is Boob TV a place? I didn't know. Also, just waking up. Might go back to sleep. Let's go. More sleep. Can't wait to print these too. Two futal. Two futal. I have quite the collection in my office. Really? Please share pictures. On the on the Discord server, if you are there, of course. Right. Right. Stayed up till 4 in the morning learning how to make low poly model. You don't learn how to make poly model. Right. There we go. I haven't in the past and you were surprised last year that I printed it so big. I'm bad at names. I'm good with faces. Bad with names. Alright, hold up. So I'm gonna need to not like that. Fuck. Alright, let's see if we can add a little bit of a poor texture here. Hold up, I need to move this thing because it's kind of in the way. Shigo has been my favorite since release. Which Shigo? Because I think I've made two Shigos for painting. Could be three, but I don't remember. And I mean, that's not looking like what it's supposed to be looking. So go here. It goes here, maybe. I watched the VODs to learn how to sculpt. Thanks to you, by the way. They help a lot. And I will say, I got the arms and legs down right, but torso needs some work. I haven't attempted face yet. Want to get torso? You're not ever gonna be done with that, Eros. Like that's not something that you finalize. That is not something that you're ever done learning. The same goes for polymodeling. There's a problem with with like Blender. This has happened before. That sometimes during streams, whenever I grab like one of these handles, they take a little bit to final like to finally, I don't know, to calculate whatever. But if I'm happy with the outcome as a beginner, it's a win in my book, and I will go back over it and again or remake it again later to improve on it. For now, I just want to accomplish the first goal, make a model. You don't, sure, do things whatever way you think works best for you. I do like how it's now a little bit smoother than without it. Actually, I'm high on copying. It doesn't make any difference. Hold up, guys. I need to hold up. We're right. All right. I'm back. I just want to make sure that you understand that um that learning sculpting and polymodeling and stuff like that, modeling in general, it's something that you just don't learn. That it's something that you, the learning of it, it's a very long and ongoing process. You're gonna be spending a lot of years learning, if not a whole decade learning. This is why I don't like. I understand some people need tutorials and stuff like that, but this is why I don't like tutorials for sculpting and tutorials for box polymodeling and tutorials for stuff like that. It's because they don't really help. Quite the opposite. They create issues for anybody following those tutorials because they think that the people making the tutorial is an authority on whatever it is that they're making the tutorial about. And in reality, it's just a guy that doesn't really know what they're doing, and they have a bunch of bad habits that then they leave out there for posterity on a tutorial video that newbies are going to be following, and they are going to be learning with the same crutches. And that eventually leads to problems, and that's why you don't ever see anybody that follows tutorials ever become really good at whatever it is that they're doing. Well, artistically speaking. So how do you learn? You just practice. You don't need to follow tutorials to finish your first model with sculpting. You just need to sculpt. Okay, hold up. My burger's here, so I'm gonna eat. Hope you guys don't mind. In the meantime, I'm gonna leave you guys looking at Janagi's eye. Janagi's eyes. Do you have any experience using AI for 2D to 3D conversation? You mean conversation as in like, do you have any experience? Do you have any experience with think that it like that it's actual conversion, not conversation, but or do you want to talk about using AI to compare to? I don't understand. Can you rephrase that, please? Job sleep. Also, how you doing, Stormy? Sorry that I didn't reply to your well. I was explaining what I meant by what I said to Eros. Right, Shamita. Also, Eros, I envy you. I'm pretty sure me, Mogeku, and a bunch of other people, we envy you. Because I can't for the life of me make something and be happy about it. Transform. Well, in general, using AI is a little bit of a tricky situation. There's cases that I'm okay with, and but that's like 10% of the cases when it comes to AI. If you use an AI to concept art on your own, if you use an AI to kind of like sketch out ideas, to kind of like get something going, sure, I'm okay with that. Using AI to produce something that you're gonna be posting and bragging about, um, I think that's wrong. When it comes to transforming like 2D to 3D, I mean, dude, there's simple things that I've seen people make, like Mario models and stuff like that. You know, how good are they actually? I don't know. I've never really seen one firsthand, nor do I have any interest in seeing any like one firsthand. But what I will say is that 99% of the people that are using AI are completely ignorant and inexperienced when it comes to the medium that they're trying to copy, that they're trying to take over, for the lack of a better word. So they don't really know what they're talking about for the most part. They just see the AI do something that they didn't do, so they didn't have to do it. They didn't have to pay anybody else to make the thing that they thought they wanted, and they're gonna be happy with it because, well, it's. I mean, so some people are just cheap like that. But I do not have any idea of how good the quality is. I will guess that it's not very good, and I would also guess that it can't deal with complex things. They are blind to the mistakes AI makes. Well, but to be fair, most artists, there, especially artists that are learning or that have only been doing it for a few years, they're blind to the mistakes they're making as well. And when it comes to artists, the artist community, especially the one that is against AI, like fair, like that's as activism, they are the amount of times that I've seen someone trick people into believing that something is AI, and everybody's giving their opinion as to how they think it's AI, it turned out to be an original piece. Like I'm pretty sure that if I made a model or like made a render and I added a few artifacts and I posted it to Twitter, and I would be like, "Hey, look at what I made with AI." There's gonna be a bunch of people telling me and explaining me how they already knew that I was making was AI. They're training with the AI artist agent. Dude, I've seen people that have been playing League of Legends for years, for over a decade, and they're still in runs. Like doing something over and over again and training something doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to eventually be good. Because if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know what you're training, you have the wrong mentality, you are not going to progress and you're not going to learn. I've seen people that have been doing art for years and years and years, and they don't know anything about the fundamentals. You and me both know someone that has no fucking clue about what fundamentals are. I've been told by some people that, hey, I don't need the fundamentals. I'll just copy whatever everybody else is doing. So in like basically they're doing the same thing that AI is doing. It's just that since it's a person, we don't care. So the whole mentality that AI is going to fuck over the learning growth of artists or whatever, it's bullshit. Because the one thing that is going to be fucking over the learning growth of artists or artists themselves. That said, again, if it's for personal use, I don't give a fuck. I don't really care about what people do with AI if it's for personal use. And to be frank, I don't really care what people do with AI. If it's not for personal use, I just think it's wrong. Well, the fuck am I doing? Like, what am I gonna do about it? Oh yeah, dude, I've done that. I've junked ideas of like AI pieces. Burger King. It's yeah, Burger King. It's a double meat. I don't know, dude. Cheese and bacon. Wait, where did you hear? Where did you hear Mogoku? Yeah, se llama Whopper acá. No, these ain't a Whopper. Like there are Whoopers here. It's double bacon. This one's called double bacon cheddar with two meats. When I said, but there are Whoopers here. I think. I'm pretty sure that I've seen the name. You misheard. Okay, all right, all right. Yet I can't help but think that you guys, right? Of course, you're not watching me eat, but I do have my camera on. But I can't help but think that the FBI agent assigned to me is just watching me just munch like crazy. Yeah, I mean they called it that in Venezuela. So I'm like, I haven't paid too much attention to it because I never like the Whooper. Back in the day, I only got the I don't know what you call that in the U.S. It's the long chicken burger. Papa. The Japanese is so cute. The Japanese language is so cute. Due to legal reasons, what's a Whooper in Australia? Where's Frosty when we need him? TKS, are you okay, Mr. Job? Are you sleeping? Original chicken sandwich? Well, in Venezuela, we called it a farmer, granjero. And here in Spain, they call it long chicken. I don't know, man. Spanish are really bad when it comes to coming up with words. Dude, do you know how they called Spider-Man here? I'm gonna say it. No, I'm gonna say it. Spiderman. It's Spider-Man, but with Spanish pronunciation. Do you let's see, who do what's another Spiderman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the pronunciation. Oh, the man spider. Here comes the man spider. Dude, man spider just sounds like a spider that grew human powers and now they have to go to job. Now they have to go to a job and they gotta work a 9 to 5. No, hombre araña is fine. Like in South America, it's called hombre araña because it's a Spanish translation, so it's fine. Yeah. Do you want to know, dude? Do you want to know how what they call Shrek here? Shrek, the ogre, the swamp ogre. No, es Rek because the H is silent. No, no, no. Es Rek without the H because the H is silent. I was in this Cuber class one time, and the professor was explaining how to do something, and he kept saying, "Well, I mean, in Spanish, because that dude. Here's the other problem, right? They mix like they speak in Spanish, but they use the English words with the Spanish pronunciation, and it really fucked me up when I got here. How you doing, Nucky? And and the professor was like, "Well, now you have to use a string what it's ring wrap." I was like, "The fuck is that?" And I was looking like crazy. Shrink wrap, shrink wrap, a shrink wrap. I don't know what the fuck shrink wrap. That's when I learned that they don't pronounce the H. Like sushi here is not sushi, it's sushi. There we go. Jerking me off. Really? You guys are gonna redeem them all? Is it gonna happen every 15 minutes? Like, dude, ketchup here, it's called ketchup. Cat ketchup. And it's a bit of a shock. Wait. You miss dancing wolves? I don't. I do not. I took 3 month brush blah 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 brain. Come on, work. I took that 3 month ZBrush course and entered the field, but I didn't make it to the animation stage. There's no animation in ZBrush. I mean, there is now, but like, I mean, you're not really animating ZBrush. Now, you want to know what they call bacon? Bacon. Popsicles, ice, test. I do. You guys don't hear that, right? There was no DTS, right? I keep forgetting that I need to fix it. But yeah, bacon here is called bacon. There's no guessing with these people, dude. It's okay, Magaku. I gave him a sub. All right, I gifted him a sub. But yeah, anyway, your AP, isn't it late o'clock for you? Yeah, 1 in the morning. Yeah. Oh, by the way, just be ready. I told Niche to try to convince you to play Final Fantasy 14. So heads up. You have been approached. Let's go. It's working. We just want what's best for you. I'm almost done with my fries. Is that supposed to be like a monk from Niche? Yeah, it's a Niche monk. There you go. Well, I finished. That's one less thing to worry about. When are you leaving again? In 3 days? Yeah, 3 days. Right. All right. Hold on. Let's get back to business. You have a good night, Knox. I'll see you later. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm drinking tea, like fused tea, not actual herbal tea, but like chemically enhanced tea. All right, that was my meal for the day. That was my meal for today. All right, hold up, dude, because I'm tripping here, and I kind of need to figure it out what the fuck's going on. Because all of a sudden I kind of forgot how to do this. Right, I think it needs to be like this. Ooh. Hell yeah, kid. All right, that's a little bit better. Dude, I remember I found out what the fuck was causing this lag, and I forgot what it was. Maybe I need to go back to 5.2. Maybe that's a solution, you know? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. All right, we're getting there. All right, let's see if this works. All right, it's not working. All right, let's see. Let's turn these off. Dude, it's not doing what I wanted to do. Kind of whatever, really. It's kind of visible, but eh. It's a little bit better, but still. wanted to look a little bit shiny. How's the density looking here? Can I actually add a squish to this? Shake it, shake it. Mm. I should be doing this as a shape key. Oh, it is. Okay, I was. Right, one last pass. Hey, Mira, how you doing? There we go. Squish. Go for an object. And then let's wait a minute. Add an empty. Go. Make it big, big. Feeding. thing. Mm-hmm. Oof. All right. So what I'm doing here, instead of going for that, making these black, going for that, going for these, and we go with these, make this black, and then change the color of these to, I don't know, to that color. All right. Now we just move these. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Now let's go for no shadow on these. Let's see if we can add some ring lights. All right. Get rid of that. I'm gonna make a new group here. Let's say gloss. BF. Is it glossy? No, I want glass, not glossy. Glass BSDF. Let's go. Yeah, for now this is okay. Now we're also gonna add a layer weight. Spacing. Huh. Hold up. Let's see how this goes first. Oops. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not really doing the thing that I wanted to do. Yeah, I think the problem with this is that I can't have it both ways. Mm-hmm. Right. We're gonna remove. There we go. Okay, I see what was my issue. Oof, he's coming up. Thank you. Thank you. Forget that I need to parent these do that. Keep transform. Oh no. Keep transform. Game available. All right, now lastly, suddenly, waifu. How you doing, Chansey? All of a sudden, we never saw it coming. Just boobs on the screen. And we were like, oh no. Oh no, no. What do you do for compositing in Blender? Whatever I feel like doing, really. There's a combination of a bunch of different things. Like right now, I'm not even using anything, honestly. Right now, I'm not using anything. I could go for something like this and, you could add a little bit more. But whatever I feel like using. Like right now, this is directly from the image. thingy. But again, I use a combination of like a bunch of different things whenever I feel like it, right? Because there's a bunch of things that I like. For example, the filter, um, like these filter shade node, I really like it a lot. Can we please? Thank you. Right, because you can like you can smooth things out a little bit if you feel like things are a little bit too harsh. You can smooth them out, and then you can do another pass here. And then like kind of sharpen. Like there's a bunch of things that you can do. It really depends on the shader that I'm actually using, because like different things react to, differently to different things. So sometimes there's combinations that don't really work. Sometimes I need to use three of these. Sometimes I need to use one of these. Sometimes I need to use two of these. Sometimes I need to use, I need to like then pass it again and then do it again. Uh, sometimes I just need to go for a little bit. It depends on my mood, really. Sometimes I go for a lens distortion. And, let's add a little bit of dispersion or whatever. The projector, right? And other times I'm like, you know what? Let's just distort it a little bit, right? Just add a little bit of information to it. How you doing, Craig? Praise is wanted. Who wants you? You know? And you can see that like it doesn't really do much, but it's more like small tweaks. It really depends on my mood. Thank you. Yeah, sure. And like if you really look at it, it doesn't really look that much different. But one of the main problems that now I'm having with the setup that I just made is that I got rid of the color of the light, of the rim light. So if I really want to keep the rim light, I'm gonna have to find a different setting. Something that I would recommend you do is maybe like watch different videos on the compositor. This is not so much so you learn how to go about it, more so you can see other people use nodes that you had no idea existed before. See what they do and see how you can implement them. Because that's what I did. Like I didn't really watch like a tutorial on how to, achieve what I'm achieving. Like the compositor nodes, the compositor setups that I eventually go for. It's just me trying different things. It's just me learning about specific nodes or the existence of specific nodes and then trying them out in different order, different places, different settings. Like if you really wanted to, like there's an ambient is there an no, there's no ambient occlusion, but there's like ambient occlusion pass. If you really wanted to do something with that edge, like you don't want to add a little bit more depth to this thing or whatever, right? You can just add like is there like flow curves here? No. Oh boy, here we go. More ice cream. And we go along these. And then we check it out, and it's like, all right, I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Let me make it a little bit like. And if you think that if you feel like it looks a little bit too sharp or whatever, you can always just pass it through a blur. And then just multiply it. And it's like, hey, now it has a little bit more depth. And then if you feel like, you know what, it's a little bit too dark, you can always just then like add a mix RGB node, like there, keep that white. And then it's like, you know what, I'm gonna make it red. And it's like, well, you know what, it's still a little bit too harsh. Let me make it like blurrier. I don't know if this is doing anything at this point. No, it's not. At this point, it's not doing anything because it's way too blurry. So yeah, if you feel like you know, like you like it, you keep going, and you can keep adding more stuff. I don't know, dude. Like if you wanted to add a, it would be a little bit trickier with the setup that I have because I already have a background. Like I don't need to add a background here because I can add it just in the compositor. Just it's just that for the sake of simplicity, I just wanted to. But yeah, you can add a. Let's say we want to add. Hold up, let me add another ramp, and then we're gonna go with the depth. Right. So now we have the depth here. Sorry, before doing that, we need to add a normalize. We normalized. Go. So now we can go something like that. And how would I go about it? Hold up. Uh, all right, I know now. And then we're gonna grab a blur. We're gonna grab the alpha. We're gonna grab another color ramp actually. That. Oh, there's no alpha. My bad. So I mean there is an alpha. It's just that it doesn't. It's not working because I have a background. So instead of doing that, what I'm gonna do now is just grab a blur. These kind of worked out as a workaround to like, hey, how do I get a like a silhouette if I have a background in my scene? You just use the normalize with color ramp, and then we just like this, make it a little bit kind of like that. Then we add another color ramp, right? We make it dark, and now we want to maybe multiply these two, right? So let's see if we can add a like an outline to these, and we're gonna use these as an alpha thing. Yeah, it is. It is working. See, and now there's a little bit of an outline. And then say, you know what, I want it white. It's not gonna work like that because it's set to multiply. But yeah, see, like there's a little bit of an outline now. I mean, a collision trick, I will multiply it with raw color info to mimic GI. Whatever you feel like doing, I go with like my global illumination. I fake it by simply adding a, see, by simply adding a point light. You know, you can like duplicate it. You can add more if you want. Hmm. There was something. Hold on, I need to open up a different file because I don't remember the name of the node. This is a setup that I used for one specific project. I was working with Frosty Maybe you've seen it. You know, he's been around and he also streams. Um, but I was hanging out with him as I was working, and he was like, "Oh, you know, we were talking about shaders," and he was like, "Hey, have you ever used this shader?" And he gave me the name of it, but I don't remember what the name was. And I used it in a different way that he wanted me to use it, or that he was expecting me to use it, and something cool came out. Hold up. I believe that was last year in October. Or what? Mm, hold up. I'm chewing. All right, hold up. Maybe I'll show you here, but I'm gonna delete the the body just so I don't get in trouble. Thank you, Whoopi. What, did you watch the VOD or were you here when I got it? Dude, I both love it and hate it when something like that happens. You watch the VOD, dude. I got excited. But yeah, I both love it and hate it when something like that happens because it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I don't have to keep like spending resources to try to get the character that I want. But at the same time, it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of wanted to gamble a little bit, you know. All right, so let me swap here. It's one of those things like suffering from success, right? All right, all right. I had to do these because yeah, she's kind of like naked underneath. So I had to remove the body. So this is the thing, right? Like if I turn this off, you'll see that things change. They change a bunch, you know. And if you want to look at the actual render, Whoopi, yeah, she's called Owari. So I think if you Google Owari Rushilla, let's see, Owari Rushilla, and then go to images. Yeah, if you go to images, you're gonna see it. Um, but yeah, like these do different things, right? Like these kind of like create masks based on materials, and then you can do like a specific outlines for them. You know, and that's how we got like a few extra outlines here and there, like these over here. Of course, this is how we like set up in here that I don't really remember what I did. And then I also made a mask to make the hair color a little bit brighter, a little bit better. What is this called? Cryptomate. Cryptomate. Cryptomato. What is inside of the node group? Just a bunch of things that I don't really remember what I did. It's a bunch of like multiplying and subtracting and like dilating. Not the actual math nodes, but like with blur and stuff. I'm gonna try to recreate something like that here. Cryptomate. So let's say we want to add an outline to that. We will have to get the material, and the material is gonna be, what is it? Can we like, there we go. We can just do that or not. Wait, let me check it out again. The fuck do I did I do here? Cuisine material. Wait, do I need to have like specific thing in render setting? Oh, I need the material output. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is something that I only use for this project. Let me get rid of the outline. These outline thing. I don't like it. And then basically, I think what I did it was like a blur setup. We plug that here. Then we simply do a color ramp. Then we hold up. Where's mobile? We're back. Que a la mañana, entonces ya se puede. All right, I'm back. Thank you, Mira. Uh, and then you can do something like because I'm doing black magic, so you know I kind of have to. But yeah, this is a crappy version of it, but this is more or less what I set up. But the main reason why I haven't used it again is because I just haven't found another use for it. Like that particular, let me bring it back. That particular Blender project, it kind of worked, you know, because of the golden thingies. And it gave it a little bit of stylization, a little bit more, I don't know, suppose personality to it, right? But like honestly, at the same time, I didn't really do much. You know, if you didn't see this version, you wouldn't think that there was something wrong with it. But this was kind of like a fun little experiment. You can see, like here, right in this corner, for example, you can see how it comes up, and it creates a little bit of a like separation and also like extra stylization. But it doesn't really make a huge difference in terms of like making the scene work. It's just like the cherry on top kind of thing. And some people don't like cherries, so that said, I do, now that I think about it, I do want to check if I can make these work. Well, not make this work. Of course, it's going to work. Just want to see if this is going to be improved. Sorry. Anyway. All right, let's see. Here's something else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a. Gonna see if I can make this work. So if I delete this whole thing, right? Let's probably delete it from here, and let's probably delete this from. Was it this one? Nope. Was it this one? Yep. All right. So now we get rid of this, and then I probably want to merge these two. Merge these two. Then we have 1, 2, 3. One, two. I think just these four gonna be no. Actually, no. Probably gonna be one. And select these 8 and these 8 and breach. I love this double flipping that it does. Sometimes blunder being blunder. Fine, I'll do it myself. Okay, so the double flipping is just because of the solidify? Is that what's happening? Yeah. Wait, so it needs to be like that then? No, I I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm trying to connect these two things. Right, so now it should work. All right. All right, there we go. I just needed to rotate it like slightly. Okay, now I'm trying to think how I'm gonna go about merging, like duplicating these. I'd like it to be symmetrical. But also just not give a fuck about these and then just redo the detail, which I think probably the best thing that I can do. Alright, let's see. which is not what you think it is. This is kind of like a gun holster, right? Mug, were you there? Ooh. All right, let's see. So we have a cut here. We have these cut. We have these cut. I don't think there's gonna be any cut on the arms. Let me open up PRF, see if there's something there. Remind me later. All right, there's nothing here. Yeah, I can't see anything here. Ah. Let me check the references. Where's Riley? All right. No, I don't see anybody using anything for the arm. Um, yeah, I think this is gonna be it. We got a cut here. We got a cut here, here, and here, and this chunk of hair. And of course, the glasses are gonna be a separate piece. And then a cut here, and that's it. All right. How you doing, Sus? What's up? Right, need to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I'm doing fine. A little bit sleepy, but doing fine. All right now, yeah, I think I just need to add these to a few more things, like for example, the material, and I hope that it works. Okay. Da-da-da-ba-ba. Yeah. Okay. Let's make this not as just a little bit. But yeah, I'm just doing okay. Just a little bit sleepy as usual. Ooh. Oh boy. Bye. All right. Let me change the music that I'm listening to. Straight unit today. Let's go. Um, which career? Cybersecurity. Let's go. You're gonna get ready to lick that GTA 7 or to protect it, right? And all my numbers. I'm afraid that you're not going to be finding anything too interesting. Oh fuck. Still doing the art shit, but I need to make sure my life is together. You know? Oh yeah, no, art's a terrible path. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Yeah, hold up. I need to be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ah, fuck. One more. Thank you. Hey, Healant, how you doing? Got the pizza, got the content, life is good. There we go. Oof. Dude, Momo actually smells nice. Just got hit with a 3 minute ad, so I didn't hear anything. I wasn't here. I was AFK. I queued up a 3 minute ad so they wouldn't bother anybody again. It's something that I need to remember to do. Every time that I go, like I say, be right back. Every time that I have to go to the, I don't know, the bathroom or whatever, getting water. I need to remember to run an ad, so that way ads doesn't, like, they don't get in the way when I'm actually here. About to query. Wait, hold up. Didn't you say that you got yourself to uni today? Did you stop before? Are you getting back to it? Momo, stop hitting my keyboard with your tail. Yeah, I need to make more room for Momo because she's too fat for these plays. Hold on, make a little bit more room for you. There you go. The art shit is fun, but I don't have no time for that. Most people don't have actual time for that. Like you'll see, like most of the people that I've seen that they do art for a living or they want to do art for a living, they're constantly in debt, and not like I mean I'm sure they have some monetary debt somewhere, or some of them might do. But when I say in debt, I mean in debt with the clients, right? Because they have these long waited lists of projects that you have that they have to work on because they take way too many projects that they can't actually realistically finish within a month, so they end up always behind. So that's kind of like the only way that most artists can actually kind of sustain themselves, right? They build up these huge queues and people have to wait months, and it only gets bigger because I mean they're only going to be needing more money every month. So yeah, like art's not a good idea for like a business or to get money. So yeah, art is something that you kind of do on the side because you like it, and then if it pays out, it pays out. Like for example, that's what happened to me. I was just doing like drawing because I liked it, and then eventually I was able to make money out of it. But honestly, the only reason why I was able to dive, well, I mean, that's a little bit difficult to say because I think if I had to do something else, like a real job, and then drawing on the side, I would have probably charged more. Like my situation kind of just allowed me to charge less, making it so I had more projects and I could practice more and I could improve more. For almost 2 years, I said I started minis. Oh, this is your last semester. It kind of made it sound like you started unit today. Like today was your first day. Or maybe I'm just stupid and I misunderstood. Regardless, I mean, congratulations in advance. Hey, Yuki, how you doing? Honestly, for me, I like drawing, but I ain't good enough. Dude, I haven't seen what you draw, and for all I know, what you draw is just shit. Thank you, Augie, for jerking me off. Um, all right. So, um, like for all I know, what you do is truly, truly terrible. But it's not up to you. You know, this is something that I told a friend of mine that he would always be a downer on himself, and he will always be no, but I'm not good enough, but I'm not blah 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 blah. Being good enough is not up to you. It's up to it. Like when it comes to like growing a like an audience, growing a customer, like I don't know, dude, getting customers, getting clients, growing an audience, whatever you want to call it. It's not up to you. It's to everybody else. So if people like what you do, people will gravitate towards it eventually, and they will like you will find an audience at some point. I've seen people that do horrible, terrible thing, and somehow they're making a lot of money. You know, like objectively speaking, they're not good, but there's people that like it. So you know, like you gotta realize, uh, there's people that truly believe in communism. But if you want to take it like to a more horrible example, there's people that believe in Hitler. So who is to say that there's not going to people to believe in you, right? I'm not comparing you to Hitler. I'm just saying if he got fans, why couldn't you, right? And I don't know if you've seen, but Hitler was a very good artist. Communism. There we go. Got him, Jago. Got him. You see Yanagi 3D render. I click. Well, uh, huh? Well, Katega, when my wife wants me to spin Yanagi for you, so I'm gonna spin Yanagi for you. You're gonna have to say thanks, wife. or wife Sheila, whatever you want to call it. Mawate, Mawate. And that's a social construct that you can get behind. The communism. The sandwich season is hot. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not hot here. It's warm-ish, but it's a little bit chilly. Like today, I think the max was like 25 Celsius. Are you south of me or north of me? If you're north, shouldn't you be a little bit colder? Back just in time for that one. For what? Yeah, you Uggy. I understand what you mean. Yes, I am a little ashamed of what I draw, like in terms of the quality, but I am trying to get rid of. Dude, that's something that it's not gonna be pleasant. You, dude, I'm to this day. I've been doing these for well, not 3D, but like I've been putting myself out there for the past 17 years, and I still hate it. When the guy was shaking you, you mean jerking me off? I'm gonna start like putting it that way so people don't abuse it. I seem happy. I can't, dude. I'm. This is me just like pouting. I can't make these fucker nuts mine. Yeah, I stopped speaking with. I stopped speaking when for the shaking and the lemon because they throw me off. How do you make the hair with curves? But yeah, Suze, like it's never gonna get comfortable. Putting yourself out there, it's scary. It's not pleasant. Posting something and seeing it not get attention is horrible. Feels bad. But if you want to build an audience for whatever reason, right? Maybe you don't want to build an audience for business. Maybe you just want to have fans. Maybe you just want to have people appreciate your work, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be for money. Um, can be for a multitude of reasons, but it's never gonna feel good, and you just kind of have to put yourself out there. But Jago, it's just curved. Like in this one, I can't show you that they are curved because I had to convert them to mesh because I made this project in 5.2 and I had to migrate it back to 3.3 because 5.2 sucks. And whenever you migrate things, you have to convert them into mesh. What that ton do? Blah, 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 blah. That. I want people to see my stuff and be like, "Oh wow, that's good," you know. I just you have to put yourself out there, dude. Because never mind your work being bad. Right now, your work is non-existent. At least for your purposes, your work doesn't exist because you're not putting it out there. So people are not finding you because you're bad. They're not finding you because, um, in a way, you don't exist. So you gotta put yourself out there. And there's gonna be people that they maybe they like your work because they don't know anything about art. Maybe they like your work because they see future in what you do. Maybe they like your work because it reminds them of the state they're in and they want to improve alongside you. All of these things are things that I've come across, are things that I've seen in the art community, I suppose, or like the people that consume art. Like there's many reasons as to why people will eventually follow other people. You don't necessarily need to be good. You don't necessarily need to be perfect. You don't necessarily need to be knowledgeable. All you need to do is put yourself out there. Show that you're doing things out of the enjoyment of the art. That you know, whenever you do something that you love, it shows. And yeah, eventually people, will start to gravitate toward like around it. Right now, I'm thinking of maybe going more safe for work than not safe for work. I guess maybe, dude, you can do whatever you want. Not safe for work is just easier to kind of like get. to kind of like get started, but it's not necessarily easier to grow. Or rather, maybe you can grow a little bit faster, but the ceiling is not that high. And then consistency is another very important thing. You want to post at least once a week. Jago, if you're still there, let me open up the 5.2 Blender. I think I can show you there what I do. Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, like here's 5.2. So it's just curves. It just looks really clean. You just have to use them for a long time. Like I've been using them for 7 years. No, no. It's been 6 years since I learned Blender. So 6 years. Mind you, this is not a curve. This is just a chunk of mesh. One important caveat when it comes to this particular project, this was kind of like an experiment. I grabbed the I mean, it doesn't look anything like it anymore, but I grabbed the game model and I work on top of it. What do you mean she has? She has a head right here. See? Let me see if I can open up the file so you can see how it started. All right, so this is how it started. This is me after fixing the game model. I mean, I had to import the game model, and then I had to fix it so it was usable. And then I just rematched everything, and this is what the like. Yeah, this is what the base mesh of the game model would look like if it existed. Then I eventually turned it into this. As you can see, like two completely different things. And then we got what we got. And the hair, again, like I broke everything into like chunks and pieces, and I eventually remeshed the like this chunk of hair, and I sculpted on top of it. And now it looks like this. Now, if you mean this shader, that's a different story, Jago. Uh, well, you won't. There won't be any more GUR. I'm sorry, GURs are gone because my arms are non-functional, as you can see. So no more GUR. One of the things that I did for the hair, like these are like curves that I eventually had to reposition. Like these. I tried using the mesh, like the in-game mesh. Nah, couldn't. It was nah, not worth it. So remade the I just remade all the chunks with hairs, with curves. I don't think you guys will ever see another Jidari, Jiwari, whatever her name is. I keep forgetting, dude. Oh no, Jidari is the octopussy, right? Yeah, I don't think Jidari will ever be a thing. I'm sorry. I know she's not that well like compared to others, but nah, dude. Not, so like, no, dude. It's just that you don't understand, right? My patrons, I don't think they're necessarily big on 10 less than 0. And I basically do content based on what they want to see. You know, it's not so much that she's well liked or not. Like for example, Yanagi she's always been like she's been in like 10 different polls, dude. Like throughout it, like since the game came out, she's been in like 10 different polls, and she's never won. And she didn't win any poll. I'm just making it because the same guy has been supporting me for a long time. The one guy that keeps asking for Janagi, he's been supporting me on Patreon for a long time. So I was like, like let's make this happen. Not even close, dude. Not even like third place. That's not to say that they haven't voted for Sinless on Zero Gals, because they did vote for Grace. They did vote for Ellen Joe, Jane Doe, Caesar, and Bernice. I think those are the 5 Sinless on Zero waifus I've made. Didn't have to do that, if that makes sense. I kind of feel like I do. I kind of feel like I do. Okay, now I see a problem here. I need to fix this thing. Because these needs to be slightly separated. Like these can't be clipping. We gotta keep them separated. Again, there's gonna be a cut here. There's gonna be a cut here. This cut I won't be able to make until I'm done. With the other version that I can't work on Twitch. Wait, can I add a cut here? Dude, these are gonna end up being more complex than I originally wanted it to be. Because this is going to be another chunk of hair that I think I'm gonna need to fix. So this needs to move forward a little bit. Big forehead. So I think I'm probably gonna have to remesh these and clean these out in a proper way. Like make this cut, remove all these excess geometry. Yeah. I think that's the only way that I can make that work. The eyelashes, I don't know if this is gonna print well. So I'm probably gonna have to remove them, and then let people add them if they want it, if they want them. Um, Man, this is gonna have to be like a separate piece as well. Ah, fuck, I hate this. The more I look at it, the more pieces I need to break down. The more things I need to split. So this is gonna be one split. These little chunks of hair, I don't know if I'm gonna keep them. Maybe I'll just make them a little bit thicker and like smaller and put them closer to the braid to the knot. This is definitely gonna have to be a separated piece. I think these can probably print with these, so these will be fine. And then I think I'm gonna do so many pieces now. What the fuck happened? What'd I do? What's up, Vicious? Are you confused about what's going on? Have you ever done Yangshi before? Yeah, I've done three? Three Jiangshis, I think. Owari, 2B, and that one Fate Waifu. There's also the Yangshi I made for the like in the one stream. The one that had her head on her hands. That before. I think it's 4. Yeah. I don't know. Are you? All right. So let's see. This is gonna be one piece, one piece, one piece, one piece. Honestly, this is gonna be one piece as well. Like all of these. Yeah. So we're gonna have to make a cut. All of this is gonna be one piece, and the chunk of here is gonna stay attached to the face. This is gonna be one piece. Dude, the more I learn, no. Fuck. Can I ask any tips? People, guys, for anybody that's here that might be new, that might be that might have forgotten or whatever, you can ask whatever you want. It's actually better for me if you guys ask questions about 3D or whatever, really, because I've been done with this. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I've been done with these for like 2 hours. I'm just making things longer in the longer way, and and repeating some things and trying to find things that I need to fix, but really I don't really need to do any of these. So, yeah, you can ask for tips. For not getting banned doing this kind of stuff on Twitch, do not show, do not add details like nipples and vajayjays. That's a no-no. Also, if you're really concerned, do not. I know some people has been suspended. They have been suspended for these. I haven't been suspended for these, but ever since I learned that some people have been suspended for these, I've changed things up. Back in the day, I will just work on the skin shader. It didn't really matter. Like I didn't really care about anything. Um, but then eventually, once I learned that some people were getting banned for whatever reason, I started to add like censoring to like the boobs and the crotch area, even if there's no detail. You know, I started to add censoring to those areas. And in fact, if I open up 5.2, you'll see that in that Blender file, I do have that. See, like she's not like there's nothing underneath, but I still add it. And then for if I turn on the shader, it has a it has a flat black color. Try to not spend like a lot of times with like shady sussy angles. Sometimes you can have to, and like which is understanding for the most part. um Again, I've never been suspended, so I've never had any issues when it comes to any of that. I have seen some people get into trouble for specific things, but at the same time, dude, there was this one time I had this one friend. Well, it wasn't really a friend, just a guy I knew. That he was streaming, and he was streaming a BDSM piece, and the model had like a very detailed vagina, and he never got suspended. That doesn't mean that it's okay for you to do something like that. It just means that it's kind of like a lottery kind of thing. And also at the same time, I know someone that this person was streaming. She had I don't know, there were like 350 viewers, whatever. She was even in the front page, and she was working on a model, and the model like had like her boobs out, and there were nipples, and she never got in trouble. So it's kind of a lottery kind of thing, but if you want to play it safe, just again, add censoring if you feel like it's a little bit too shady, even if there's no detail under the thing that you're censoring. If you're going to be working on a skin shader, try your best to cover specific areas that Twitch might have problems with. Do not stay on sussy poses for too long, or like angles for again. Do not stay like in this angle for too long. And like eventually at some point you're gonna have to, since we're working in 3D, you're gonna have to be working on a bunch of different angles. But the intention, it's very different if you're doing it for because you have to, or you're doing it because you're trying to get viewers or whatever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Yeah. Oh, references. Even if you're using references, even if it's artistic references, whatever, do not have any form of nudity. Gas, a friend of mine, he got suspended because on his camera, you could see that like a meter away from him, he had a art book open, and in one of the pages, there was a female body, a nude female body, drawn. Nude female body. It wasn't even a picture, like an actual like photograph of a real body. It was a drawn nude female body. So, and he got banned because of that. He got suspended. Eventually, the suspension was lifted, but still, he got suspended for that. Something very small, something very much in the background, something very, very much not like heavily detailed, and he got suspended for that. My idea, not my idea, my guess is that someone had it out for him and mass reported him. That's my guess. Now, the thing that makes me think that I may be wrong sometimes, it's the fact that blunt to a lot of people. I've been mean to a lot of people. And I've never had one of those. Mind you, the difference. I'm a partner, he's not. I don't know if partners have preferential treatment. You know? I don't know if I have a guardian angel in the Twitch mod team. I don't know. I have it, dude. They didn't even Niche has gotten suspended, right? If I recall correctly. I'm new to 3D. We're starting to use Maya in college. Let's go. Maya is I've never used Maya, but I hear is the best out there for animation. So good luck, Fartux. Keep it as a Barbie doll as best as you can. Yeah, that's another another good logic. The 2B1 looks beautiful. Thank you. Are there other artists you will recommend learning from? Gas. But the problem is that none of them stream anymore, or none of them stream 3D anymore. You know, Pair Force One, but as far as I know, he's not streaming 3D anymore, or streaming. I haven't seen him live. I mean, to be fair, I don't really pay too much attention to it. Yeah, dude, the OG gang. Most of them don't stream it 3D anymore. Like Gas is really good, but he's not around anymore. Uh, Rad. Rad was probably the best 3D learnings. Well, I mean, I think Rad was probably the best 3D artist in the art community. But she doesn't stream anymore. I'd say Shonso, but I don't know how that's gonna go. Shunsu is very good at what he does, but I don't know how that's gonna go. Um, you got Polybits. Polybit streams. Without a doubt, it's easier to ignore someone mean than someone likable. Are you saying that I'm not likable? Is that what you're saying, Polybits? That they couldn't ignore Gas because he's so likable and I'm not? I see how it is. I see how it is. Wow. Wow. All right, moving on. Anyway, Jago, um, I'm gonna now tell you a little bit of a realistic fact. You're gonna start streaming and nobody's gonna give a fuck. Nobody's gonna be watching you. Nobody's gonna be looking at what you do. So you could even be watching hentai, and as long as you don't have any viewers, you're most likely gonna be okay. Because it is impossible to moderate every channel in Twitch. So they don't really moderate lower viewership channels. But eventually, if you start streaming and you start, growing a little bit of an audience, uh, as long as you're not likable, you should be fine. That's what we learned today. If you're not likable, you can get away with a lot of things. See, I knew that I had to use this avatar. I knew it. I knew that I had to use this avatar. Number one, I knew that I don't look friendly. Number two, you guys don't have to see me cry now. Angry Pad? Nah, it's okay, Polka. Don't worry. I'm not mad. I'm not even disappointed. However, my very pulling a stable following. I am not a big, I'm not big or anything, but I've been grinding already a bit. Oh well, I mean, I thought that you meant that you were going to start streaming these, but I suppose that could also mean that you've already been streaming and now you want to stream this new thing. Well, if that's the case, dude, again, as long as you keep it classy, as long as you don't, you're not working on crazy poses that have a lot of crutch action or a lot of focus on the boobs, that the boobs are on the camera at all times. As long as you keep it as much, as close to a Barbie doll as possible. By that we mean not the proportions, but the fact that all of them are smooth and that they have no detail whatsoever in specific areas that we discussed. You should be fine. If you're going to be working in a shady, if you're working like with the great material, you don't need to put any censoring. But the moment that it starts to look like skin, that's when you ideally probably want to play it safe and maybe add some type of censoring. I remember Pear once tried using polypaint, but he still got suspended. But I also think, if I recall correctly, that there were actual nipples on the mesh. So he painted them black with a big X, but but there were still nipples at the end of the day. I honestly didn't know Rush had feelings in his ultimate movies. I don't give a fuck. I do have feelings. It's just that I don't give a fuck about little things. At the beginning, in the beginning, have you ever had a have you ever at the beginning ask your friend to hang out just so you don't feel it's pointless to get viewers? You go do that. Um, but the problem is that it can become a little bit stressful. Because but I'll also Augie, I'm just talking about this because you brought it up. But Jago said that he already has a little bit of a following. Hell, we don't even need to take his word for it. We can just click on his name, open the channel, right, and see what he does. All right, there we go. See, he plays Deadlock. That is a nice pink shirt. My wife been trying to get me to use pink shirts for a while now, but I don't like buying clothes. And the clothes that I do like buying are usually dark. Oh, I'm watching someone else now. Oh, I just went to Deadlock. I didn't. I was like, oh, there we go. That is a nice shirt though. Let's go. Did you just draw these? Dude, dyslexia is a funny thing because I read I had a pink suit for my porn. I was like, dude, Huggy. Oh, dude, it looks so much better now. Hold up. Like, dude, buying things looks so much better now. Like, I played these in like when the game, I think it was like a month after the game um came out as invite only. This was horrible. This was one of the main reasons why I didn't want to keep playing. Like buying things in the shop was not nice. Not a nice experience. Also, I see now it has a little bit more a little bit more personality than it did before. I still wouldn't play it, but uh, I do have to say that it's looking a lot better. I need to ask Nish how she did the ad thing because she has the ad warning. And normally, like, well, OBS is not warning me that an ad is coming up. Art, art, art. We're just stalking someone's channel for now, but we're working on this on a belly. Welcome back, Jago. Oh, okay, you weren't here. I was saying that, like, dude, it looks so much better now. Where is that? I think it's around here. Yeah, you eventually go onto the shop. I think. I don't know. It looks so much better now. It has so much personality. Uh, way more personality than I did before. Because I played the game when it was like a month after it became invite only, and it was very raw. Hmm. I had a oh yeah, I had a it wasn't a pink shirt like button up shirt. It was stripes like red and white stripes, but they were very thin. Like if you look closely, it was just there were just stripes. So from afar, it looked kind of pink, and I liked it. But I don't know what happened to that shirt. Yeah, it was pretty raw. It wasn't that wasn't the main reason why I didn't like it. The main reason why I didn't like it is just I didn't see the point to it because I it's like that. So I stopped playing League of Legends and I'm playing Overwatch. Why would I want to play something in between? Which is the same reason why I never really got into Valorant and I never saw the point to Valorant because it's like, well, I play Counter Strike and right now I'm playing Overwatch. Why would I want to play something in between? Oh, what a night you may walk. I'm sorry. I'm listening to music and dude, I really need to figure out what the fuck this is happening. It's probably the it might be the CPU. It might be. Oh, I remember what I know what's happening. Okay, okay, I remember. I think it's the codec that I'm using for streaming because I swapped from CPU to the like Nvidia thingy. So that's why. Okay, all right. I need to change that after today's stream. We'll see y'all later. Going on to take a nap and leave the phone. Okay, so you have a good time. I'll see you later. Enjoy your nap. Get rest. Stay safe. Drink water and stuff like that. You know. Thank you for stopping by. I wish I had night clips set up for you to have watched instead of just the VODs. Lots of funny moments. It's okay, dude. Like I'm not necessarily a clip watcher. I make clips, but most of the clips that I make them for my wife. Like I don't make them for people to watch them. Like the clips of my channel that I make, it's just moments that I think my wife would appreciate. But that's about it. It's alright. I'm not. The VODs are fine. No, I don't create mods for CCC or Wuthering Waves. I've never made a mod before. I've thought about it though. I thought about getting myself into that world. Oh no, the boob's slightly peeking out. Uh, fuck, I was stretching. So, but yeah, go, yeah. Like, give it a go if you want to stream this kind of content. Give it a go. Just keep in mind those things that I said. Well, that we said, because Vicious was the one that's that brought up the Barbie thing. Just try to play as safe as possible. Do not use me as a reference because I've done things that people I know have been allegedly suspended for. And I say allegedly mainly because we can only guess why people get suspended because Twitch never really tells you why you've been suspended. So we don't really know exactly what happened. We don't really know if there's any other reason as to why, you know, um, as to why they might have gotten suspended. Um, I also, for example, I also know of another artist that breaks most of the like the quote unquote like rules that I've laid out for you, and that's Mercurial Forge. He's an extremely talented 3D artist. Um, his style is one of the best styles that I've seen out there, and his anatomy knowledge is uh off the roof, off the roof, through the roof. You know what I mean? He's one of the best artists that I've ever seen out there, and he's one of the reasons why I got myself into 3D to begin with. So, all that said, though, he's um he's worked on things that are very, very not in line with the things that I've told you, and he's not a partner. You know, what I'm trying to say is, it, there's no guarantee that doing something or not doing something is gonna get you banned or not. You want to play it safe, and if you're likable enough, you're gonna get banned because someone's gonna be upset that you're so likable, and they're gonna try to get you suspended. I've broken plenty of rules, but I also stream like 7 a.m. and I'm not big. Yeah, like size of the channel is a very important thing. My work is very beautiful. Thank you, Belkan. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll get into modding someday. Maybe I'll see if a team of modders want to take another person under their banner, and then they can pay. But I don't have to do any of the advertising. That'd be great. Oh fuck. You know what? I'm stupid because I have a shape key here. Fuck, I hate when these happen. I hate working with shape keys so much. All right, let's see. All right, fixed. Let me log this key. Done. Touch. There we go. I just need to remember to not do anything there. Every time I try to mod, I just end up thinking so many restrictions are better of making your own game. I've never gotten into it. I don't know what what kind of restrictions you're talking about. But me personally, I have no interest in modding games. That's not to say that I wouldn't do it. Like if I was approached by a group that were modding like characters for a game in a way that kind of fits my skill set, sure. Like I'd be down with doing that. But I'm not gonna get myself into that. Depends on the game. All right, I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna run another ad break so it doesn't get in the way. So quick, be right back. Right, I'm back. Hey, now I'm back from outer space. All right. So how many pieces do we have here again? We have one, then two, then three, then four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and 10. 11, 12. Great. Hold on. Let me try this again. All right, so we have one, right? Like this is gonna be one, two, three, four, six, seven, seven, eight, nine, and 11. All right, so it's gonna be 11 pieces. Yay! You can't make something new with mods, and that feels restrictive to me. I'm just weird. Oh, okay. So I think he means like it's not like he's going to be making a model that it's going to go into the game. He has to grab the already existing asset and edit that asset in within the limitation that the limitations of that asset. Like there's only so many things that you're going to be able to do with it. So, for example, say you have a Street Fighter mod and then you have Chun-Li. It's not like you're gonna be able to give her another arm if you feel like it. If you want to make like an Asura kind of skin for Chun-Li, it's not like you're gonna be able to give them multiple arms. I mean, you will be able to, but they're not gonna be working, so it won't look good. Ah, fuck my life. Ooh. Was I making sounds? Was I making sounds? If I did, I didn't realize. You guys covered the new Steam frame? What Steam frame? Oh, I don't remember saying fuck my life. But if I said I did, if you just say I did, then I did. I'll believe you. Did you guys cover the new Steam frame? The new supposed to be released every day? VR from Steam. I don't know what you're talking about. Like I'll be honest with you, Hilland. I have no idea what you're talking about. You get me dumbfounded. Are you know the new Steam frame, the new headset from Steam? No, I don't follow VR stuff. Not only I don't follow VR stuff, I don't really care for any of those stuff. Like even the Steam Deck, I never really cared too much about the Steam Deck because like if I'm being honest, like I don't enjoy playing things handheld. Like I don't play games on my phone for that very same reason. So like I have a Switch 2, but the Switch 2, and I also have a Switch 1, but both the Switch 1 and Switch 2 are always stuck. The last handheld console that I was okay playing was the 3DS. You kind of dropped it. Nah, I played a few things in on the Switch. I play Pokemon Sword. I played Pokemon uh, Scarlet and Violet. I played Legends of Arceus. I played Fire Emblem Engage. I played Mario Kart with my brother when he was living with me. Uh, and my wife, she's played Animal Crossing. She's played the Mario that came out with the Switch one. She's played Pocopia. Well, the Switch 2 now. But yeah, I think she played Pikmin and a few Kirby games. She also played the Link's. No, what's the Link to the Past? Link's Awakening. I don't remember which one. The remake they made for Switch. And I don't remember if we bought the Zelda game, like the actual Zelda game. Oh, Breath of the Wild, of course. Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, we ended up like getting like one of few games for Switch One. Still think it's a cheap console though, and I still think most of the games are mid at best. But yeah. And now we have a Switch 2. I wasn't gonna buy the Switch 2, but my cat decided to die this year. And my wife got, I mean, both of us we got hella depressed, but the only one that I could help was my wife, not me. So I just bought a Switch 2 so she could grieve with the Switch 2 on pop up, yeah. Nah, it's alright. It happens. Now that I have the Switch 2 though, like I'm gonna be playing the new Fire Emblem game coming out next month. I'm gonna be playing that and I'm gonna be streaming it. And then eventually when Ocarina of Time remake comes out, of course I'm gonna be playing it as well. Yeah, I'm not into VR. Like I've gone to VR chat and like how many hours do I have a VR chat? VR chat, I have almost 600 hours. But but not to do VR stuff, just to kind of like learn Japanese, really. Yeah, I plan to play it nonstop. I'll give a go to the recommended difficulty because Fire Emblem Engage was my first actual Fire Emblem experience, and I decided to play it on Mattening, and I beat the game on Mattening. But that kind of ruined the game for me a little bit because Even though I enjoy, like, I really enjoy the difficulty, but the problem that I see with with maddening is that for Fire Emblem Engage, one of the features of the game was the skirmish, the skirmishes function, and there were only like eight skirmishes that you could do in maddening. So that kind of like ruined a little bit of the experience for me. And then eventually I went back to play it in normal difficulty or hard difficulty. I don't remember. I think it was hard, right? It's easy, normal, hard, and then maddening. I think. I don't know. One of the difficulties before maddening, and it was too easy. So it's like, okay, I did beat the game though. I beat the game. I beat the DLC. The first quest, which was really nice, which with full finger tracking. The others went terrible, and having high hopes for the frame at worst will be a great immersive movie experience. Yeah, I don't know anything about VR things. I think one of the reasons why I've never really gotten myself too much into the whole VR thing is because it's an ever evolving technology. So every year, something new comes out that makes last year look like an antique. Just like AI. Yeah, so I kind of feel like investing into a VR headset right now, it's not something that is very um that I will like doing. So I'm just gonna wait until it's perfected and the gains that we get every year are minimal. You know what I mean? And then at that point, I might look into it, but I don't know. Mind you, I've tried VR, and it's just not something that I got hooked on. I think that that's the main reason why I'm able to do something like that. I tried it before. I didn't think that it was anything too crazy, and I tried it in multiple like different stages. I think I've tried VR like 3 times, 2 or 3 times, and it's just something that it's like I see the potential, but it's not there yet. I'm also too self conscious. So, a lot of possibilities. However, you're on point. It feels a bit like Linux. Great potential just needs to be adopted and standardized a bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the fact that there's so many competitions among so many different companies and all of them are like doing different things, I kind of feel like no matter what you buy, you're always going to be missing out on something right now. So maybe the best thing to do is wait until a lot of these new features that different companies are going for become standard, and so now everybody's doing all those different things plus extra things like longer battery life, like less weight, things that are more within the quality of life realm. I got a cheap second-hand VR headset for $120. Why is YouTube not showing up on the? Okay, YouTube is not showing up on the chat, on the on-screen chat. I got a cheap second-hand VR headset for $120 from Facebook Marketplace from a video game company. I bought it just because Half-Life Alyx was coming out. Uh, I'm glad to play it and try other VR games. I mean, if you got it for $120, I think that's fine. I just don't want to pay the premium that a lot of these like companies are charging for the VR headset brand new. And I'm not a fan of buying used things. Um, so yeah, I like to have my things, like my new things. Yeah, I'm streaming to YouTube as well, but I don't know why the chat's not coming up. I'm gonna have to check that out. Like I read the chat on OBS, but it's not coming up on Twitch. Like not that Twitch, on the stream. I mean, you gotta close up here. Okay, I'll see you later. Vicious. Have fun. It was perfectly playable, and I didn't want. I didn't. Yeah, you didn't need an expensive headset. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is more of a me thing. I don't like buying secondhand things. Streaming on X? No, I've never really tried streaming on Twitter. Parrot told me he did it, and he also told me it was ass. So I never. Wait, Healand, are you on my Discord server? Because if you're on my Discord server, like I don't know if I can actually. I don't know if that's a suspendable action if I link my YouTube. I mean, you can just go into my YouTube channel. I think I can do this. There we go. You can just go into my YouTube channel and then you can go from there. Ah, the audacity. Maybe you unsubscribe. A lot of people unsubscribe when I announced that I wasn't gonna be doing any more 3D content for YouTube. Although people seem to believe that I was not going to be doing any more 3D. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. Like a bunch of people have unsubscribed and unfollowed. Not linked to next. No. I never advertised it because I didn't want to make YouTube content. The YouTube content that I was making was because my wife was clipping and like making the videos from my streams, and then I had to upload them. But I kind of told her to stop because there was like a little bit of a business hope idea that maybe if the channel took off and we will earn some extra revenue from the channel, then that money will go towards her. Like it will be her money because she was the one making the videos. And every single time that we uploaded something, it would always, we would always get some kind of like, hey, so the video has been demonetized because of sexual themes. Hey, the video has been limited in certain countries because of sexual themes. Hey, and I just got annoyed at every single time that we uploaded a video. I just got annoyed that every single time we will get some type of punishment, if you will. And I will have to every single time be like, dude, this is not, dude, this is 3D. There's no like nipples or like sexual content here. Come on. And then eventually, after a few hours, he will go back and it's like, oh no, you're right. It's fine. But it was just annoying. So we just kind of like stopped. I told her to stop because I just didn't see any future on that. And now I'm just streaming to YouTube in case, people don't want to watch ads on Twitch or whatever. They can go there without having to sub to my channel. It's alright. I kind of expected it. But yeah, I don't like, if anything, streaming to YouTube is more of a hassle than anything. Because again, I'm not getting anything out of streaming to YouTube. Eventually, if I really get into a game, I will be making content on YouTube, but it's most likely going to be gaming content. It's not going to be 3D content. All right, I'm gonna try a demo now because unless anybody out here has more 3D questions, things that they would like me to show them, because I don't think there's anything else for me to do in this on this model, because it's basically done. The render settings are done, and now I just need to finish adding some details and rendering. Quickly bringing up that Rushila Museum. Will it ever happen? I don't think it will happen. Also, what do you mean by Rosilla clips? I believe my clips are still up there as in YouTube channel. The problem is that I will have to manage it, and I don't want to manage it. And the other thing is that I'm not being a 3D streamer. I'm streaming, and I'm streaming 3D just because it's something that I do. Like I said before, originally I had said that I wasn't going to be doing any more 3D on stream. I eventually changed my mind because I do want to stream, but I don't have enough things to do. So one of the things that I can do is just stream 3D. That way, I'm still streaming. But if there's a game that I want to play, if there's something that I want to be playing, I'm going to be playing that game as opposed to doing 3D. Does that make sense? You can look at the 3D streams as filler streams. You know, this is just filler. In LS, there a triangle count on a 3D model you try to is there. Okay, is there a triangle? No, there's no specific boundaries that I set for my models. I usually try to work like in low resolution, but it's just because it's easier to get some detail out or smooth some details out. It's just for the sake of simplicity. It's more efficient to work in low poly counts. When GTA 6 is out, you'll be no. I don't. I'm not gonna play GTA 6. I don't like those games. Also, GTA 6 is supposedly gonna be coming out in November, and I think Ocarina of Time is expected to come out in November. I don't like GTA games. I never saw the appeal. You know, I don't I do not need to be a thug on the streets that is stealing things and killing people. I've never had that fantasy. You know, that's not to say that I don't like those type of games because I love Shadow of Mordor. And Shadow of Mordor is a sandbox game like GTA, but it's the Lord of the Rings, and I get to kill orcs, and that's fun. I don't like RPing. You know that's the other thing. I know a lot of people they're still playing GTA because of the RP side of it. I don't like RPing. It's different in Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, it's different in Shadow of Mordor. You have a mission, you have a goal. It's not so much. I'm sure like GTA has some type of story, but let's be honest, like nobody gives a fuck. People just play it because you can steal cars, steal helicopters and planes, and shoot missiles and stuff like that. Yeah, you're fighting evil. It's more because of the RPG fantasy more than anything. But GTA, no, not really. Not my type of game. I also like Saints Row, but I like Saints Row because it's just stupid. It's certainly a game. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not gonna be playing the game, especially because, dude, I really um. Is GTA 6 coming? Isn't GTA 6 coming out with a lot of restriction that you have to pay for to have in game? Like if you want to access certain shops in the game, you're gonna have to pay or something like that. Like I don't really care about the whole physical media thing. I don't care about like the game not having a physical copy because I hate buying physical things. But I think I remember reading something of the kind. Let's see. Let's check it out. Right. Let me Google GTA 6. Wait, how do I Google that? Versions like Ultimate Editions and stuff like that. Like if we let's see this stuff. It's editions, not versions. Okay. So there's only the standard and the ultimate edition, right? Which is all of these. So it's the Vintage Vice City Pack. What is this? Flashback to when the neon burned brightest with the vintage Vice City pack featuring the timeless stone of 55. Okay, okay, it's cosmetics. Free month of GTA Plus. So this is the thing. Get one free month of GTA Plus featuring a recurring monthly GTA 500,000 deposited into GTA account. Yeah, so right off the bat, like you're getting money to play the game. Um, well, you know, yeah, depositing into GTA Online Square character account, special shark cards with 50% bonus GTA money, access to free and discounted GTA Online, access, dude, access to free and discount. See, a rotating selection of classic Rockstar games titles and other features game in the GTA. It doesn't matter. I just like I think this is like offering money in game. I don't really care. Like if you're paying a subscription to play an online game, I think that's fine. Because hey, you have like you have Final Fantasy, you have WoW, you have a bunch of games that you have to play a subscription for the game to be there. But when you're incentivizing people to sub because they're gonna get to play the game. It doesn't matter if they're playing it online because they're still going to be able to do the same things that they will be doing in the offline version of the game, but you're incentivizing people to pay for it and they're going to give you money and access to free vehicles. A rotating selection of classic Rockstar Games titles and other features to game in GTA Plus games library. But it is though. Like if you're paying for Final Fantasy 14, you're not getting anything. You're just getting access to the game. And realistically speaking, like if you're for example, if you're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 14 right now, it is way better for you to play the free to play version of the game up until level 80 or close to level 80, and then start paying for the sub because you don't get any like in-game advantage. You just get access to certain systems that are restricted. Like for example, you being able to form a party, which it's not needed in the game. And as far as I know, you're not getting any money because you're like to give you like a better example of all of these, this is like a little bit of a backlash that Aeon 2 is having right now. It's the fact they released the game and they're going to be paying at like a 15 buck sub for people to be able to access the market. And once they access the market, they're going to be able to buy in-game currency, cash currency and stuff like that. They're going to be able to basically buy gold from other players. And uh, it creates a little bit of an advantage. Now, mind you, in that case, again, it's more that is an MMO. This is not going to be an MMO. This is not going to be offering any type of like advantage that you're going to be getting over other people. But again, I think it's a little bit scummy that you're offering people in-game perks to incentivize them to pay for the online version. So they pay for the online version instead of playing in the offline game. I haven't either, but you can read it here. You're gonna get money. Not only you're gonna get money in the game, a recurring monthly 500,000 bucks in the game. You know, but you're also going to be getting access to free and discounted GTA or like vehicles. So this is already giving you a better experience when playing the game. That's what I mean. Also, I wouldn't say the game's bad because of these. I just don't agree with these type of practices. That's all. What the big deal is? No, there's no big deal. I'm just saying, like they're incentivizing people to pay for the game because of these. So on top of how expensive the game's gonna be, people are gonna have to pay even more because they're gonna feel enticed to get the online version of the game. It's not a big deal, but I don't agree with I don't agree with this being a pre-order bonus, whatever this means. You get a free month of GTA Plus. This is not again. I don't. This is not a thing that I think it's gonna necessarily be bad. I just don't agree with this type of practices. That's all. Because this just creates FOMO. And my problem with people with the creation of FOMO in these type of games is that I do not believe that companies and studios, big, especially mainly AAA studios, have any type of integrity to be like, no, dude, like we're not going to sacrifice anything of the base game, any of the quality in the base game, to come up with this new content. This is new content that is being worked on by somebody else, whatever. That it's not affecting the actual development. I just don't have any confidence, any trust on the companies that they will work on these in a way that it's going to be the most beneficial for gamers. Like if you don't get any of these, I kind of feel like you're kind of missing out simply because I believe, without having any proof, mind you, other than history, I built like it is my belief that they sacrificed the quality in game to create to create these things. That's all. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's not necessarily something that hey, do not get this game because of these. Uh, but it's just that I've seen it time and time again that companies and AAA studios they sacrifice the actual like quality and production of the game to be able to make these pre-order bonuses or these like ultimate edition bonuses. Based on GTA 5, you're not missing out on anything by now. But GTA 5 came out like 40 years ago. Like the industry has changed a lot. How you doing, Sheep? You late today? It's okay. Hung a little more on revolvers. I think if these are like customs, like skins, that's okay. Yeah, if it's cosmetics, all of this is okay. But this is not what I'm looking for. Um, let's see, GTA 6, GTA Plus. I want to see some of the perks. Can I get this in English, please? What do you mean it's not here? All right, member benefits. Oh, it was there. I passed it. Okay, I'll check it out again. In a moment. Like these, for example, right? Like these cards didn't really matter too much, but like you get these cards for free, and I have to assume that this is going to be way better than anything that you get at the beginning of the game. Like this is not a cosmetic, right? This is an actual vehicle. I don't know. I don't know how important they are in game, but this is a benefit that you get for paying for the monthly thing. Free clothing, we don't care about that. GTA games live, we don't care about that. Persistent GTA exclusive, I don't care about that. Business access feature, I don't think this is more for RP things, I guess. Taxi services, this could be a little bit of a free vehicle reward, but maybe only shark. What are shark cards? Yeah, dude, it just feels like you're getting more things if you pay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. With over 50 is true for both Jason and LC, obviously not to fail. Only open for business with the Ultimate Edition. Only open for business with the Ultimate Edition. Yeah. So my problem is not so much that this is happening. My problem is the precedent. You know, it's that this sets a precedent that right now they start off like this. I don't care if it's just cosmetics, Bolivit. So you're missing my point. It's not about what it does; it's what it's going to do. If it's whether if it's cosmetics or not, I don't care. They're selling you access to a digital place only open for business with the Ultimate Edition. It's not already in the normal version of the game. Like this is what I don't like. It's the same reason why I didn't like that Nintendo started to raise the prices of their games to like being like 80, $90. And then eventually everybody else followed suit. And now everybody's charging 70 and $80 for their games. And now that's becoming the new standard. So if people see that GTA 6 gets away with this, and they will get away with this, that sets a precedent. People are okay with this, so they're going to start implementing these type of things into other games. And most likely, again, not that I care about the like GTA player base, just not seeing it. This has been the norm for years now. No, I've never played a game where this is the norm, where you only get access to certain areas of the game because you paid for the Ultimate Edition. I've never paid for any Ultimate Edition. It'd be funny if the building just had the lock on the door and all the assets are inside and you just can't enter it. They would probably make it so it doesn't load for you if you don't have the key, the specific key. Just fancy way of delivering the same DLC cosmetics. Again, you're missing my point, Polybeats. I don't care about they're actually adding into the game for these. I don't care if it's cosmetics. I don't care if it's actual pay to win stuff. I don't care if it's actual like I don't know, dude. If there's just a bunch of money there and people can go steal it, I don't care if it's just a saloon full of dildos. It's not about what they're offering with these. It's about them setting the precedent for exclusive content to be in the ultimate edition of games. And then eventually, little by little, other companies will start to add on top of this. I do not care about GTA 6. I do not care about GTA 6 players. I do not care about who buys this game or doesn't buy this game. It's the fact that every time that a company starts to do something like this, other companies follow suit. And I just don't like it when companies do this because then it makes everything more annoying for everybody else. It is already a thing in games. What game? Dude, you're still missing my point, dude. It's not about the cosmetic. I'm not talking about the cosmetic. I'm talking about them designing a specific piece of content. All right. Star Citizen. Star Citizen sucks. And we want to know why it sucks. Isn't Star Citizen the one that is like Star Citizen? The one that is currently under yeah. This is the one that is currently under fire because the game doesn't work because the game is shit because the game is horribly built. So come on, give me another game. Give me another title. I can think of, dude, right now I can think of the Digimon game, right? The latest Digimon game that came out, the Time Story, whatever it's called. That game had specific dungeons, XP dungeons and farming dungeons that you could get into if you paid for them. You had to buy access to those dungeons, and everybody gave them an overwhelmingly negative review because of that. But they weren't stupid. They made that content as a DLC content, so the overwhelming negative reviews wouldn't go into the actual game. They went under the DLC. Destiny 2, funny enough, and what's happening with Destiny 2? Like nobody wants this type of content. Hated them. There you go. But you know what? Destiny 2 is a free to play game, or was a free to play game. So I am okay with free to play games making exclusive contents for people that pay. If this game was free to play, I wouldn't have any problem with this. How much is it going to be like the base GTA 6 base edition price? The base version, it's going to be 80 bucks, 80 euros, 80 bucks, 80, 80, 80, 80. And you want to know what they're going for that? Because Nintendo started to do it. So anytime any of these like big companies and big studios do something like this and it goes, it runs, people swallow it, then it becomes a standard. You would probably play over 1,000 hours and save money buying other games. But so again, it's not about the specific game, it's about the precedent. That's the thing that I don't like. You know? I paid $1 for Terraria. And I have over 1,500 hours in that game. It's not about the specific one single in a vacuum case. It's about the precedent. It's the fact that now, okay, well, Nintendo rose it to 70, we're gonna raise it to 80, so now everybody else is gonna be like, well, I don't care if my game's shit, I'm gonna charge 80 bucks for it. That's the problem that I'm having with these type of things. Again, it's nothing against GTA 6, it's nothing against whatever it's going to be in the game or what's not going to be in the game. It's about the precedent. All the Ultimate Editions for the games that I've seen, that I've played, they don't add anything into the game other than cosmetics. Right? They don't offer you anything other than that. Now, there's going to be, even if it's just cosmetics, there's going to be a specific location in the game that it's going to be accessible only for Ultimate Edition players. So now we're not talking about cosmetics, now we're talking about a specific area in the game. Now there's going to be later down the line, if they see that this works, not only Rockstar Games are going to be adding more areas like that and charging for access, other companies are going to be doing that. Now it's just not cosmetic, it's specific areas. And then eventually one company is going to be like, okay, well, let's try to actually have a portion of the game hidden behind this specific Ultimate Edition. And now things get kind of murky. They get kind of like weird because I'm not against the idea of DLC. It's just the way they're selling it. You know, because DLC back in my day, they used to be called expansions. And these expansions will add a significant amount to the game. And these expansions were usually lower than the actual price of the game. To give you an example of that, Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter used to be $60, and then they will release an expansion, and the expansion was going to be $40. Now you paid $100 for basically 2 games because the expansion was just the same amount of game. Like, it was an actual expansion. Now we're talking about an Ultimate Edition. How much is the Ultimate Edition? Dude, this is kind of scummy. Compare editions. So they make the they put the Ultimate Edition first, so you see all the good things, and you don't see all the things that you're not getting. You see all the good things, and now once you read these first, you kind of feel like you're losing out on these. As opposed to the other way around. That if you read these first, you look at these, and it's like, oh, these are additions. You might think that's crazy, but that's just how graphic design works. I'm a graphic designer. I know, trust me. This is a PlayStation store. This is the Rockstar Games store. Time spent per hour is not a great metric. I could enjoy a fulfilling 6-hour shooter, hour short game over 1,000 hours with a lot of boring feel. Yeah, dude. Like I've played gacha games more than I played most of the games. Does that make those games worth $80? No. I remember seeing it the other way around because I know what you mean. It's scummy marketing. They make you. They want to manipulate you into feeling that you're missing out on something. But most people are not gonna be picking up on that. Welcome back. Polybits, to make it a little bit more concise, it's not so much. I understand that you mean that these are cosmetics, and I agree with you. I don't care about cosmetics. For the longest time, there's been specific cosmetics tied to Ultimate Editions, like specific, I don't know, dude, specific bikes, specific jackets, whatever you want to call it, right? The skin. It's not the actual cosmetic that I'm concerned about. It's more so the fact that they're making a specific area of the game, not a cosmetic game, just an area of the game, because conceptually that's what it is. Right? They're not making a custom exclusive to the Ultimate version. It's a deliver method. Right, exactly. And that's my concern. Because then eventually another company, or even Rockstar Games, they could try to deliver specific areas that way. And now we move from what back in our days was called expansions into specific chunks. Now, if these chunks were $5 each, $3 each, I wouldn't have any problem. But since now you're changing the deliver method, you can choose a new pricing system for that new deliver method. So now we go from paying $40 for a whole expansion of a game to paying $20 for one specific area that is going to give you access to just cosmetics. And that's going to drive studios into developing more cosmetic things for people to spend money on other than actual quality gaming experiences. That's my concern. I'm more than okay with with the games being monetized. I'm more than okay with companies trying to expand the visual market of the game. I'm more than okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with skins. Overwatch, incredibly overpriced skins in that game, but I do not care. Number one, the game's free. Number two, I do not feel like they are hurting the development of the game because of these cosmetics. Because Overwatch is meant to be a live service game, you know? And now GTA 6, for all I know, these guys are going to be saints, they're going to be fine, they're going to be doing their best, whatever. But there's going to be another company in the future that is going to be trying to be even more scummy with this type of things. It's not an issue with the game, it's an issue with the precedent. And all you need to do is remember how things were 15 years ago versus how they are now. Now, you might be okay with it now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. If you're being objective about it, you do have to realize that in the past 15 years, the gaming industry has done things that hurt the quality of the games in exchange for for profits, scummy profits, because they're doing it in ways that they've been lying, they've been misleading, they have been hiding stuff. They have been hiding stuff. They have been not saying other stuff. Like EA, EA is a perfect example of that. There are only two games in the past 20 years that I can think of that actually locked main story behind a paid wall that I didn't like and refused to buy. Yeah, but it's again the name of and the scale of the game that is doing that specific thing matters because that's what sets a precedent. Now, GTA 6 being such a gigantic game as it is, it's going to set a precedent. The same way that, again, Nintendo set a precedent whenever they rose the price from 60 to 70. Games that they do not cost 70 bucks. You and me both that Nintendo is one of the most laziest companies out there. But they decided that the standard is going to be 70 now. Well, a game being AAA doesn't necessarily mean that the game's going to be big in terms of like the impact that they have. There's a bunch of AAA games that they've just failed. You know? Until people say buy. People will never stop buying. What was the game? No, these will stand, and things will only become worse. Dragon Age Inquisition, it's not that big of a game. I know Dragon Age has a very big franchise. Not franchise. I mean a very big cult like following. A game winning game of the year doesn't mean that it's gonna be that much of an impactful game, dude. Like last year, Astro Bot, I think, won the game of the year. Doesn't mean shit. Donkey Kong Bonanza was in the game of the year, like was one of the nominees for game of the year, like for fuck's sake. And it lost to Astrobot. Wukong was there, and Wukong was one of the worst games ever released. So a winning game of the year doesn't mean anything. No, that's not voted for by people. That's not the way that game of the year works. It's not voted by people. It's decided by judges. Yeah, Overwatch won game of the year one time. Yeah. But yeah, game of the year is not voted by people. There are people that vote. Like the votes do count to a certain extent, but the majority of the biggest chunk of the actual call falls onto the judges. So again, it's more so the precedent. I think we can all agree that for the longest time we have been complaining about the amount of. It wasn't that big of a game, dude. Like you can't compare a game like Dragon Age to what GTA 6 is going to be. I don't like GTA. That doesn't mean that I think it's a bad game. That I have no investment on GTA, but I do know that the scale, the impact that this game is going to have in the gaming industry, it's going to be gigantic. There's not going to be anything like this for a long time. And there has never been anything like this before. Yeah. So if you're comparing things to when they released, then you need to look at how things have changed ever since. Like the gaming industry has only gotten worse. And we have all complained about that. The way they're releasing DLC, the amount of cosmetics that they're releasing, the things that we know now that they have been cutting content from the actual game to later release it as a DLC. The fact that now, like, my dude, it's not that I don't think that there's some games that should cost $80 or $70 for the scale that this game is gonna have. I think $80 is actually fair for the scale that supposedly this game's gonna have. I think it's fair. The problem is that the price is now going to become a standard. I don't think there's for a long time. I don't think there's ever going to be something that comes as close to what GTA 6 is promising. Yet, you bet your ass that maybe 1 or 2 years down the line, the base price for games are going to be 80. It's going to be 80. The same way that now the base price for games is $70 because Nintendo did it. To the point that now every time that I see a game that comes out for $60, I'm like, oh, this is cheap. Gotta buy it. Main story content. But not every game has a main story content. Maybe the games that you play, most of them need to have a main story content, but not all the games have main story content. If you're locking gameplay behind specific editions, now I think that's coming. If you do have a DLC announced, which is, again, you remember that back in the day, we didn't used to get day one DLC announcements. Now we do. Now we do. And how are we getting day one DLC announcements? Because they're chopping content off of the main story of the game that you say that you care about, and they are now making it into a DLC. And we know they do this now. Some do it, not everybody, mind you. Some do it, not everybody. I'm not talking about everybody, but but it is a practice that now has. We're not talking about, dude. How are you missing my point so much, Bolivits? We're not talking about cosmetics here. I'm talking about like actual main story content. I'm not talking about GTA. I don't know how else to say it. I'm not talking about GTA and what's in GTA and what they're selling or not selling with GTA. Forget about GTA and what's going to be in the game. No, I'm talking about what has happened and what is going to happen. But yeah, sure, we can say that I'm talking about what could happen. So what has happened? They won DLC announcements. Studios cutting off actual game content, not cosmetics, actual game content to release it as DLC. The increase of the price, the base price for games that have no business, even example, pretty sure like Breath of the Wild had a DLC right when it came out, or at least a DLC announcement. Pokemon games had a DLC announcement when they came out. I mean, those are two from Nintendo. But we can probably Google what games have had a day one DLC announcement. Yeah, Marvel Spider-Man, Pokemon Legends, Sword Online, Mass Effect 3. It's gameplay. Just because you don't care about main story, I'm sorry, just because all you care about is the main story, doesn't mean anything. It's gameplay. The main story is irrelevant. I understand that you care a lot about it, but the main story is irrelevant. It's the access that you have to the gaming content, the game content of the game. Again, I understand that you only care about main story, and that's fine. And I understand that that's the metric that you go for when it comes to you investing money on the games that you want to play, and that's fine. But you're not being objective. Just because you don't see any importance in something doesn't mean that something doesn't have an importance. Right? Like, for example, you play the time running game. I personally think that the time running game is a really bad game. And I just don't understand how a game like that exists. That's my personal opinion about it. My objective opinion about it is that it's the same shit that every other gacha game is. Sure. No, so the I mean you can go for it, Helen, but the thing is that like it's just that Paulie is speaking from his own perspective and the things that he cares about, which is fine. No, I wouldn't compare a gacha game to a single player either. That's not the comparison we're making. The problem is that you're arguing from a point of subjectivity instead of a point of objectivity. You're arguing from your own personal interests. You and your friend finish the story, then you get into co-op, and he has something cool which you say where to get it, and he simply tells you on the beach by the old lady, and when you get there, it's a closed door, but he can't enter. Yeah. But the thing is, Helen, that he doesn't care about that type of content. Paulie doesn't care about any of that. So he does, since he doesn't care about all that, which is fine, it becomes irrelevant to him, whatever discussion happens around that. Because it doesn't affect him. Because he's looking at things from his own personal point of view. No. I don't think that he's gonna care. This is not like a judge in character. Like this is not a judge of Bollywood characters. It's like I have like there's been times that I've seen like I've been in that same scenario, and me I don't care. That doesn't mean that I think it's fair. That doesn't mean that I think it's a practice that should become the norm. For example, let's say let me try a different thing, right? For example, let's say Bollywood say you're making $10,000 a month. Hell, let's make it $10,000 a week, right? You're making $40,000 every month. You're not gonna give a fuck if a game costs $200. You're not gonna care because that kind of money is irrelevant to you. That doesn't mean that it's going to be okay for the overall health of the industry. Of Dragon Dogma 2, I'm not familiar. If you tell me what to search, I'll search it and take a look. Dragon Dogma 2 DLC. Yeah, I'm 99 years old. Let's go. Let me look at this. Where do I see the details? Oh, the fast travel item, the DLC section. Okay, DLC section. Where's the DLC section? Dude, I've been using Steam for the longest time, and I don't know how to go into the DLC section because I never buy DLC. Oh, I'm into the DLC. Okay, well, I don't know how to look at the details, but I mean things like fast travel, um, like the fast travel thing. Um, I think that's weird. You know, I think that's weird more than anything. You need to on Dragon Dogma 2 in order to play and click on it. Ah, I see. Okay. They had Explorer Camping Kit for 2.5 euro. Okay. Fast travel items for 2 euros. So they had a whole shop for people to pay for convenience, basically. Right? I remember some of these because I watched a YouTuber that he was playing the game and he complained about these. Is that going to affect the enjoyment that you get out of the game? Maybe a little bit. It all depends, right? It all depends. I didn't play the game, so I don't really know how much it affects the thing, right? Because one thing that is very important to make a distinction on, it's whether or not they're designing these items that they're going to be selling for real life money. They're if they're either designing these items around the base game or they're designing the base game around these items, right? If they're making it so they are changing the way that the game functions so people feel inclined towards buying the TP stones or whatever it is that they're saying that they're selling, that's coming. And I mean that's something that games have been doing for a long time, but for the most part, it's been free games, free to play games. I have a problem when it comes to paid games because you're already paying for the game. What the fuck do you mean that you're selling me more inventory when I already bought the game? Why are you selling me more inventory space? You know? Why are you selling me when I already bought the game? Why are you selling me more enchanting stones? That's coming. But yeah. Overall, though, I kind of feel like the gaming industry is cooked in general. Um, it's cooked. It's just cooked. In the UK, you pay radio license and have commercials. So I've heard. Not sure. Please don't arrest me. Designate MIA agent. Um, but yeah, the gaming industry just cooked, and year by year, people are being able to afford less games. People are feeling less confident about buying specific games. And there's way less exploration when it comes to games in general. That because most of the games now they are written with a bunch of problems and issues that come up from a point of executives wanting to make a lot of money, and that has been affecting the quality of games. The two games that I will never buy DLC and never watch on YouTube out of spite is Asura's Wrath and Dragon Age Inquisition, but games log the real ending of the main story behind a 510 USD paywall. Only time I've been pissed at a DLC. I mean, that, I suppose that makes sense. I can't, I can't, uh, sympathize, I suppose, that much. Mainly because I do not care about story. You know? I could do the reverse Uno and be like, hey, you know what? Like, what you're saying is not true because I don't care about story, and that has never affected me. But I get it. I get it. It's annoying when they log the thing that you care about behind a paywall. And that's exactly my point. That you only care about the story, but I do not give a fuck. Me not giving a fuck about the story, does that mean that it is okay for companies to log you out of the main story? No, it's not okay. And I don't think that it's okay. The same way that there's going to be people that they care about specific cosmetics that they're not going to be able to get because they didn't get the Ultimate Edition. The Ultimate Edition that I think I may be tripping, but I think I've heard somewhere. Please don't execute me if this is wrong. But I think they were going to have limited a limited number of Ultimate Editions or like batches that they were going to be selling. Um, but yeah, like the same way that I don't care about stories, but that doesn't mean that story being put out from the game to then be sold separately is a good thing. It's the same way that I feel about like most things and cosmetics that you will never get access to eventually if you don't pay for them. And again, I'm not talking about things that you can buy at any point. Well, in your case, a little bit more, because if this was a like, hey, you can only get this if you buy the Ultimate Edition, I think that's kind of weird. But if the Ultimate Edition is ultimately, you know, available at all times, it's not that bad, but it's still bad. But if you're telling me that, dude, Fortnite, this thing happened to Fortnite, but in the other way, right? Like they released a pay game, and it was the free to play version of the game that became good. But imagine it was the other way around. you know. Well, the big AAA companies can end any day. Gaming as a hobby will still live on from indie devs. Yeah, but as of right now, I do think and I do feel like the gaming industry is kind of cooked. People scalping digital copies of GTA 6 on eBay. Yeah. So again, Rockstar Games are engaging in a bunch of like super scummy practices that set a bad precedent. Right? Let me do a quick Google search just to make sure that I'm not tripping. Are the digital Ultimate editions of GTA 6 limited? No, the digital is not a limited limited quantity. It remains permanently available for choose digitally availability and content details. Pre-order cutoff, core content. Hold up. You can buy the Ultimate Edition digitally at launch or upgrade from the standard edition later to the PlayStation Store or Microsoft Store. Purchases made before the 20th of November include the active promotional blah blah blah. That's fine. The vehicle weapons and customization options included in the Ultimate Edition are permanently. Then what was the thing that people were saying? Because I remember, like, wasn't there one guy that bought a bunch of like $6,000 worth of GTA codes? 50K. 500 copies of the digital edition? Because there's not gonna be a physical version for this game, right? Welcome back, Zeus. How was your nap? How we doing? We doing okay. But yeah, like there's not gonna be physical edition for this game, is there? Uh, there's codes. Then please explain to me what was the logic of this person. Like, why did they buy so many copies? Like, I remember I watched the thing on a YouTube channel I watched, but I didn't pay too much attention. There's a lot of reasons a person with 30 IQ points can come up with, I don't know, from my view. Okay, let me try to Google it. Is there a person that bought 500 copies of GTA? Yes, a viral social media claim features a man who allegedly spent over 54,000 to pre-order 500 copies of GTA as a resale investment. Though the story is unverified and widely suspected to be internet rage bait. Because for the buyer allegedly planned to stack on the boxes and resell them at a huge makeup once the game sold out around the holidays. How is the game gonna sell out though? No scarcity, no discs, community consensus. Okay. What? Scarcity mimicking tactics. False couple logic exploding. FOMO. Fear of missing out. It's called burst. Yeah, I don't understand it. Doesn't matter though. Thing is, yeah, I just don't like this type of practices. That's all, and I don't like it when they become the norm. I don't like the fact that a game comes out and then they already have like 20 different costumes and skins ready to sell, because I feel like they put effort onto those things and they look way better than most things look in the actual game. So it's not so much the fact that I want to have the skins; it's more so that I would have much rather the game to have um the amount of work that they put onto those cosmetics. But this is only a case that this only happens whenever I play a game and I feel like the game is lackluster. Because it's like, well, now you're making a game that it's lackluster, but then you're also like getting ready 20 different cosmetics to sell when the game comes out. Like, why? And the reason why I say like, hi Momo. The reason why I say that the gaming industry is good right now, it's just so like all the things that have been going on, like games coming out for $70, games coming out for $80. Nintendo has been selling games for $90. If you want to buy the physical copy of some of the games, and then Nintendo is also charging for the um Switch One games performance patches. You know, the fact that the consoles have been coming out in the state that they have been coming out. Now by 2028, apparently there will be no physical media. Yet they're still going to be charging more money for the games. Dude, I'm still pissed that that the main reason why I don't buy physical media anymore, because I used to like physical media back in the day. Polly probably remembers these. I don't know how many old fucks we have in chat. Um, I don't remember how many old fucks we have in chat, but welcome back, Polybeats. But back in our day, physical media actually was dope. Getting that fake heavy box and then opening the box and you get the cassette or the CD or whatever. You also get these fat um okay. You get this fat book. It comes with the game. And I miss that. I love, dude. I remember when I got my first Pokemon game. Dude, I remember I will sometimes, dude, I wouldn't even be playing the game. Sometimes I would just get like the little like book thingy that came with the box and just peruse through it. Look at the drawings, look at all the things. Look at Professor Oak explaining things to me on a paper. You know? That's the main reason why I stopped buying physical media, and that's the main reason why I do not care about physical media anymore. That doesn't mean that I want it to go away, though. It's a good rush. Yo, mama. My first game I ever bought was Titan Quest, and me and my mom figured out how to install it for 3 hours, and it finally worked. Yeah, dude, I love the. Oh my lord, dude, I'm gonna disable these things. Ah. I love the convenience of digital days, of the digital days that we live in. You know, Momo, can you stop knocking things over on my desk? Because that'd be great. I love the convenience. That doesn't mean that I want physical media to go away, though. And I do believe that it's bullshit that physical media and digital media cost the same. Because the price of the games was decided because of the physical media. The moment that they went onto digital media, the price should have dropped. But no, it didn't. It stayed the same. You know? But yeah, again, that doesn't mean that I want physical media to go away. I think that that's coming. Mainly because, again, I think that the whole like physical media thing, you can blame Steam for that. No, we have to blame ourselves. It's not Steam's fault. It's our fault. We like convenience. And people need to own up to that. Right? Uh, hold on, Momo. Um, but yeah, I thought it was a regular streamer. Oh, it is. I did stretch because it like prior to last week, I could used to just stream from my camera, not have this avatar, but now I have an avatar. Didn't keep the same payment split from physical stores in the digital platform. Yeah, but we allowed that to happen, right? So it's not Steam's fault. We allowed that to happen. We as consumers, right? Whenever you come up with a product and then you're selling that product, it's up to the market to decide what the price of that thing's going to be. It's not up to you. Whatever the market is willing to pay is the price of that thing. It's a reason why now everybody's charging $70 for the game because the market is willing to pay. And the market still, even though probably less people are buying games now, or people are buying less games every year, the profits are still going up for the studios and for the for these companies, and that's all they care about at the end of the day. So yeah, um, but anyway, the point that I was going to, like the whole thing of like, oh, you don't own games anymore. Uh, like I find it difficult to sympathize with that idea, but at the same time, I wouldn't go against it. I refuse to believe that there's a majority of like the consumer that actually go back and play all games. I refuse to believe that that's the case. I know people sometimes do that, and I have a few friends that do that, but they're weird. Like they have that specific taste on like all stuff, which is fine. There's people that only buy all cars, right? There's people that only buy all things. I'm sure there's people like vinyls. Vinyls, is that what you call them? Like the old music discs. Anyway, that's a market still, because there's people that like to buy them. AAA companies trying to increase prices when it's the economy, when the economy is getting harder to afford anything is a choice, but it's a choice that benefits them. Was there cut? Good point. It's not Steam's fault. It's never Steam's fault. It's never been Steam's fault. It's the consumer's fault. Steam didn't make you input your credit card information into their platform. You put it there. You bought the game. It's that simple. I don't like this idea of like we got to blame the companies for X, Y, and Z. So, for example, if Rockstar does this thing and it becomes really successful, and then eventually Nintendo follows suit, and then eventually Sony follows suit, you can't blame the company. You have to blame the people because they are the ones paying for it. Or refusing to be vocal about it. Yeah. So I say, dude, it's just that I don't really know how the physical business worked. People were vocal about it. It's Steam. You just had one more of the average person came in. They didn't care. It's because people weren't really vocal, dude. So there's one. These might be news to people, but people lie, and people are hypocritical. Most people lie. Most people are hypocritical. Most people they don't really follow the same moral that they think they have or that they say they have. They only follow the moral when it's not something that, when something is not inconveniencing them. But for the most part, most people are not faithful to their moral compass. No, Momo, no, 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 no. If you're gonna misbehave, you have to go. But anyway, again, it's not Steam's fault. It's the people's fault because people still bought it. People still paid for it, and just paying for it. That like the majority of people were willing to let go or were willing to ignore that. They weren't loved it as far as I know. Yeah, it's again, dude. I we may be talking from two different points of view. We're talking from a subjective and then an objective point of view. Like it is one thing to feel one way about something, but just because you feel one way about something doesn't mean that it's true. So one easy way of doing that is Googling. Was Steam hated when it first came out? Momo, you're in the way, sweetie. I'm sorry. Dude, my cat keeps being. Yeah, but that's not an objective reason to hate something. Because guess what? You don't have to. Dude, here's the reality of things, right? People like to bitch about and complain about a bunch of different things that they think they're being forced to do, but in reality they're not. People just like being lazy, and they will find whatever excuse they can find to blame anything or anybody else than themselves. That's the reality of things. If you're telling me that Steam came out and Steam all of a sudden Steam was like, no bitch, you can't buy physical media anymore. If you want to play this game, you have to exclusively play it through my platform. Sure, I can get that. But if you could go to whatever store and buy the game, then that's not an argument that you can make. Because Steam is not forcing you to do anything. Steam is giving you the opportunity of going into their launcher for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. They're giving you the opportunity to of going into their launcher to buy the game instead of having to get dressed, get on the car, go to Best Buy or whatever, do a line and try to see if the game that you want is there. But people like to bitch and complain about things just because they want to be lazy, but not late. But they can be lazy in the one that they in the way that they want to be lazy. Like I'm sorry, but there's always been the ability to go and buy things somewhere else. You don't have to buy games from Steam. A physical disc of Half-Life up to this game have to install Steam first and then activate Half-Life. Then you need to hate Half-Life, not Steam. Now I understand that Valve are the ones that made it. You know, I get it. I understand that Valve are the one that made Half-Life. But at that point, don't hate on Steam. Hate on Valve. Now you can say that Steam was made by Valve or owned by Valve. It's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. Because Steam didn't do anything. Valve did something. Then complain about Valve, don't buy games from Valve, and tell Valve to fuck off. You complain about Steam, it's just you throwing a temper tantrum. That's all. But what did people do? Oh, I am making sense. All right, let me bring up the. So we have we have Valve, right? And then Valve made Half-Life, right? So far, so good. Yeah. Then Steam made them. Then Valve made Steam. Yes. Am I wrong so far? It doesn't matter the order. It doesn't matter with whatever order. Am I right so far? Valve made both things. Yeah. All right. So if now Valve is making you get Steam to play Half-Life, who's at fault here? There we go. Then Steam didn't do anything. Valve did. Don't hate Steam, hate Valve. Because Valve is the one that made this thing because they wanted to get people to join their launcher so they can. No, it's not semantics. Exactly. Steam is in an entity. Thank you. That is exactly my point. An entity can't do anything. So, if you want to make your message heard by a company, in this case, hold on, let me get rid of. And also, this is extremely saturated, my bad guys, right? If you want to make your voice heard by Valve, by a company, you have to not spend money. If you don't spend money, company doesn't get money. If company doesn't get money, company is like, oh no, this isn't working. If this isn't working, company abandons and then tries again in a different iteration. Steam didn't do anything, Valve did. So don't hate on Steam, hate on Valve, and don't give men money. I know they're wanting the same. Valve owns Steam, I know. But I'm just trying to point out the hypocrisy of what you're saying. If you know that this is a thing, And I'm not saying that you did this, Bolivits, by the way, right? If you know that this is a thing, I understand that people that got scammed, that didn't know that to play Half Life they would have had to, uh, play through Steam. I get that. My bad, dude. Like some people get scammed. What are you gonna do? But then after the first wave of people got scammed, other people should have known. So if you buy Half Life knowing that Steam is a thing and that you're going to be forced to play through Steam, that's on you. It's not on Steam because you knew. They made the third one, but for the billionaire class, and they imagine it's only Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and all the Bills playing the game, with Bezos being the referee. We're talking about people's allegedly hating Steam. Well, allegedly not. They hated Steam when it came out. I'm just trying to find out what the actual reasons were. Also, I like what you did there, Vicious, with the gits and jiggles. I like it. See, my comment was probably. I believe there was a launcher, but you were not forced to use it to play, right? Unless multiplayer, which is different and will make sense. Let's Google that. Were you forced? Can I please get the right browser? Were you forced to go through Steam to play Half-Life? Which Half-Life was this? When it came out? No, players were not forced to go through Steam when the original Half-Life came out, released 1988. What about launch of Steam? Valve released Steam later in 2003, primarily to manage multiplayer updates for games like Counter-Strike. Transition to Steam, Valve later required the original PC version of Half-Life to run through the Steam client when they retired the old one multiplayer servers. But you shouldn't have cared about that, Polybeats, because it's not the main story. It's multiplayer. So you shouldn't have cared about that. Well, it's not so much that you're not a kid anymore. It's that you argued that it was hated, and when in reality you hated it. And like I normally don't go around saying that I hated things when I don't hate them anymore. But yeah, dude, like again, it's more of a thing of like, hey, it was a multiplayer version of the game. You didn't have to play it. It was the new servers for the game, and you still had the single player version of the game. So Steam was hated by a very, very small amount of people. Steam was hated by the player base of Half-Life, which at the time I understand it might have been. I have no idea what the gaming community looked like back then because I wasn't a gamer when this thing, at least not a PC gamer when this thing happened. Um, not being able to get out of Steam, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it was hated, like globally hated. It meant that it was hated by a group of people, which is fine. But again, not Steam's fault. I mean, still confirmation bias for you. It's just that the sample is way smaller because now you don't care about the other people's opinion, which is fine, mind you. You care about the things that you care about, and you go by those things. But normally speaking, I don't like speaking based on subjectivity. Like I don't like speaking based on the things that I feel about something. I like speaking about like the overall picture of the whole thing. Which is why I always give my personal opinion on things, and then I say, but don't pay attention to me because it's just my personal opinion. I had Steam because my roommate can just buy Alpha Hole Prison, and it appears in my library. I don't want to Google what Alpha Hole is, but yeah. So Steam didn't do anything wrong. Steam was innocent. Jokes aside, though, I don't know, man. Some questionable games on Steam. Oh yeah, but that's fine. It's freedom of speech, right? Dude, I have games in my on my Steam library that that people gifted to me that they look a little bit questionable. Like I've never played them, but by questionable I mean questionable taking into account my character, right? Plays them all the time, and now my Steam library is full of hentai, which she says it's for research. But she's actually telling me the truth. She's trying to make her. No, I mean, dude, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Um, I was almost gifted Among Us as well. I have Among Us. What are we talking about now? Right, we're talking about uh, at this point, it's just memeing. Like Leon said that he hates Steam. They hate Steam because their roommate uh, bought Alpha Hole Prison, and now it appears in their library. And I don't know what that is, and I'm not gonna Google it. You're free to Google it if you want. You have a good dinner, Paul. I'll see you later, dude. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it as always. Enjoy your meal, and I'll see you later. Bye bye. Anyway, I'm really not looking forward to GTA 6 release day. It's gonna be an annoying day. It's gonna be an annoying week or month because people won't shut up about it. There's gonna be like people talking about it all over the place. There's gonna be people that are going to be complaining about it, and there's gonna be people that are going to be glazing the fuck out of it. And I don't want to listen to neither of those two. The problem is that the game's gonna be so fucking big that everybody is gonna be talking about it. So I'm not really looking forward to those days. Luckily, not luckily actually. No, no, never mind. You're assuming you'll see people want to disappear into their consoles? Nah, dude. But the thing is that I do follow some people that they speak about news and stuff like that. You know, like Most Critical. Even though I don't follow Most Critical and I don't really watch his content too often, like his content, like Most Critical, is it's a big voice in the gaming community. So eventually, he's always managed to slip through the cracks. Still alive, yeah. And I always end up having to listen to whatever Moist Critical and other gamers end up having to say. Not to mention that everybody's going to be talking about it on TikTok. And I mean, while I do not consume a lot of TikTok, I do watch TikTok like 1 or 2 hours a day because that's like my wife's TV time, right? So when my wife's going to bed, I go there and I open my TikTok account and I just play videos for her until she falls asleep. So I have to watch those things. Not looking forward to a post GTA 6 world. Nah, dude. I'm gonna clock out of gaming after next year. Once Final Fantasy VII Part 3 releases, I don't give a fuck about gaming anymore. Like that's the only that's the only game that I've been waiting for. Like it kind of feels like my whole life. I have just been waiting for the Final Fantasy VII remake, and I got it, and I'm yeah, I'm fine. I'll just quit. I got my game. Goodbye. You took a nap. How was the nap? The slop internet creators have already talked to spam GTA 6 clips. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I try to avoid GTA 6 content like the plague, but it still manages to again slip through the cracks. I'm on the other side. I just want, like, now, dude, that ain't happening. That's not happening. I will love it, dude. I will love it if that was if they made a Legend of Dragoon remake. I think it will be great, but that's not gonna happen. You will know that till it happens, dude. GTA 6 manages to like sleep through the cracks so much that it's not even like GTA 6 content that is coming my way. A couple of weeks ago, I think, like there was this guy. Like, the guy was, I don't know, possibly dying, um, because of a lung thing, malformation, whatever, a bird defect. I don't know. The guy was dying, and the game. Hold up, oh, because we're gonna swap to a game, and the game's loud as fuck right now. The guy was dying, and his dream, or like he was saying that he just wanted to play GTA 6 before he died. So everybody was rallying to get the guy money so he could survive, so he could pay for all the things, so he could then pay for his life after the operation. So somehow, it always manages to find their way to me. It's way to me. Anyway, we're gonna try out this game. I saw like a YouTuber streamer that I followed that she was playing the game, and she was like, "Oh, this is like Risk of Rain but for Gooners." So I was like, "Huh, let's check it out." It has a demo, and I figured that it's in line with the content we make here. Risk of Rain, yeah, but for Gooners, allegedly. I didn't really watch too much of their stream because I'm sure some of you guys might be familiar with this. But I do not care whenever streamers are streaming with their friends if I don't know who their friends are. You know? Because I kind of feel like the vibe changes a little bit. Switch heroes. So let's see the characters, right? So we have... I think we only have these 3 characters. Gunnar Roguelite. You're speaking my language. Let's go. We have these 3 characters, I think. Review and skin. Hey Ninja, what's up, dude? It's going okay. Okay, I don't know if we can check the skins. Alright, let's try this character out, see what she does. Let's see what the game's about. This is the demo version. And if I think the game is like $10 right now. Oh, guys, don't look. Don't look. Cover your eyes. This isn't Christian. What are we up to today? We, okay, holy fuck, dude, the cameras. Game settings. Screen setting. Sharpness, video, whatever. No, where's the, game settings? Camera shake intensity. I don't like the camera shaking. Let's lower these. Aim assist string. I don't care about that. Camera sensitivity. Density. Let's go. Do you want to return? No. Save. Alright, that's a little bit better. But what do we have here? open this thing. Oh, okay. Okay, it's literally risk of frame. I saw an enemy here. Holy fuck, that's here. Yeah, dude, the game does feel like Risk of Rain. Like some of the sounds and the way the enemy spawns. And I assume this is gonna be a, okay, recycler. There's even a recycler. Yeah, heavy inspirations from Risk of Rain. The enemies cool, like, will use a little bit of love. Alright, some of the abilities are cool. How am I gonna... How's the volume of the game? The sounds feels a little bit lackluster. Is this a gacha? No, this is not a gacha game. Okay, not being able to deal with aerial enemies is it's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Sounds interesting, like less risk of rank graphic though. Push a bait. A bait into which direction? Destroy an empowered item randomly gain. Lose 10% maximum conversion, lost health, and 50 to 150% energy shield. Yeah, sure. Dude, how do I even like... Oh, there we go. I mean, like... No, I can't. Yeah, this is my first run. I didn't even do the tutorial because, I mean, I'm not a noob. Proceeds to die. Hold up. Is there like a dash button? Like a run thing? Using power and special action. How to move. Doesn't seem like there's a dash. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that guy. Alright, so I just need to keep on running. Oh, this just like in... Alright, it's just like in Risk of Rain, there's an altar of healing. Oh my god, Momo, what do you do? What the fuck is this? Alright, I suppose I can't destroy that. I kind of feel like it's making me miss how smooth, like the graphic direction for Risk of Rain is, you know? Because some of the things here, they look a little bit sharp. A fourth sword sound effect will go so far right now. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, again, like the enemies... I don't know. I feel like they're missing something, you know? Not to mention, again, the ability to sprint. Am I tripping? Or does Risk of Rain 2 have like a sprint ability? Yeah, we can sprint in Risk of Rain 2. So the sprint here happens by itself. We get life steal, increase massive. Oh, life steal. On kill enemy drop healing orb, and then okay, give me the bleeding thing. I didn't see like a sprint button. Primary, secondary, interaction, jump, special skill, primary, ultimate, move forward, backward, left, right, ping, empowerment item, special action, auto move. No, yeah, there's no sprint option. Like if I just run, after a few seconds, it just automatically starts running faster. I like that skill. Deal extra damage with high health. And then increase energy shield. And then when out of combat, increase healing. I do think that it needs... Mind you, I think this is early access. Like, for early access, I feel like they kind of captured the vibe of Risk of Rain 2, like, decently enough, and being its own thing. I would have liked to see the items be a little bit different, because, yeah, they have different graphics, but they do exactly the same that they do in Risk of Rain. The music feels very much like Risk of Rain. Some of the environment looks like Risk of Rain. The only thing that I kind of feel like is clashing is probably the architecture. A little bit too sharp for what Risk of Rain usually is. Hey, can you guys let me buy the thing, please? But yeah, like this is Deluxe Diamond. This is the diamond. Electromagnetic energy increased energy shield. This is just the little like energy shield mask. Like they do exactly the same. Which I kind of feel like we should, you know, it would have been healing increases health regeneration per second. Yeah, like there's one like that in Risk of Rain 2. So these are the exact items. There we go. Give me that. And I don't know, man. Like if you're gonna make a game that is... Wait, do I still have to... Yeah, I see the difficulty, their current intensity. Is it... We're on drizzle right now, I guess. And then it's gonna go to yellow, and then it's gonna go to red. So let's see if they copy a lot of things. Let me guess where the portal is going to be. Right? Recycler. No, I don't want to recycle anything. Because it is possible that then these petals take me to the... No, I think that's the portal. Or did I come from there? I don't know. What is that? What the... There we go. Yeah, just like in Risk of Rain. The portal has these like fireflies. It's there's no shame, dude. No shame whatsoever. Inspired by it. No, dude, there's no shame. Ah, no. Why am I dying? What the fuck? Alright, we died. Where in China was this created? I mean, it is Chinese. Yeah, he had a big AoE, but I thought that bubble was the bubble in Risk of Rain that you kind of have to fight inside of for the thing to you know to progress. Dude, this is just Risk of Rain. Which heroes? Okay, let's try. Does she have a gun? Yeah, she has a gun. Yeah, I'm not paying for these. I didn't know that it was gonna be this crazy. Dude, that's just the NG. I don't have any money. Alright, that feels nice. Like this is the NG from Risk of Rain. Does it feel like there's more motion blur now? Yeah. It does feel like there's a lot more motion. Like, can I remove it? I hate motion blur so much. Bloom, dynamic blur. There we go. It's probably these. I think it's a little bit better. Yeah, it does. It does needs a little bit more, a little bit of an oomph, you know. Pretty Illustrator increases attack speed. It really needs a sprint. Oh, you can swap to grenades. Alright, that's cute. Alternative Awaken. Rabbit Grenade creates a black hole pulling nearby enemies. 25% increase area effect. 50% increase launching cat missile item trigger rate. When switching good functionality drones one card. Give me that. I have to assume that it's gonna be these. I don't think it's sad. It must be something else. Yeah, this is not doing the thing that I don't know what I got. Forgot to mention, Team Fortress Tactic depends independently now. Is it out already? Because if it's out already, I'll download it now. I've never tried to risk TFT. It's out. I was just playing Rentura today. That's how it available. Okay. Wait, but do I need to? I need to solve Vanguard, right? Do I need to reinstall if I install the not reinstall, reboot if I install the launcher? I don't care a lot about launchers, but Riot Games launcher is a little bit annoying because of the Vanguard. You have no idea. Fuck. And mind you, it's not even the fact that I don't like something running on the kernel system. Frankly, I don't give a fuck. I just don't like having to restart my PC. I hate it so much. I like to spend some more of my money, please. You guys still on Windows? Yeah, forever Windows. Mac sucks, and I don't want to have to deal with Linux. Penguins are cool. Huh? What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, it is missing a little bit of something. Not sure what, but I know you go in. You can't go in, but there's. I want to buy the thing. Oh, Penguins Linux. I had completely forgotten about that. Mac is Apple fruit. Windows is a window. And that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like Linux, yeah. I tried it once though. A friend of mine tried to get me into Linux. Don't say little. Windows are made to be broken. Apples then eventually rot. And penguins rape other penguins. So are you sure you want to play that game? Are you justifying rape? I got money, but I don't know what to spend it on, dude. I don't. Okay, I don't like. I take it back. I don't like this map. I don't like the architecture. I don't like having to go into rooms to check if they have, at least not in Risk of Rain, to see if they have loot that I can. Like these ain't Fortnite. I see the vision for it. There's a vision here. Okay, he's gonna give me something random. Alright. But it's a lot of Risk of Rain, dude. Long time ago. Oh, well, the first one and Risk of Rain 2 are very different games. I played the first one, I played the Risk of Rain 2, and I also played the, was it a remake or remaster, whatever it was, the Risk of Rain or Origins. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was a remake, remaster, release. I don't know. Re-release. Right, I have no idea what to spend this money on. I'm just gonna go and fight the dude. Now, Risk of Rain 2 is a really good game. Played it a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I was trying to find something else to say about it, but it's a fun game. It's a good game. That's it. Ow. I mean, it's alright. I don't like this is the kind of like Risk of Rain. If it was made in Roblox, it kind of feels like that. It is missing something. I believe it's in early access. So, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh about it. Endless, Alice. Let me check. Yeah, it's in early access right now. In early access, it's very positive reviews as of right now. I do feel like the game is, again, it's missing something. Missing a little bit of impact. And a little bit of risk. For an additional 1 missile every 0.25 seconds after launching, after a laughing cat missile. After eating a fried toast, enjoy. Okay, red heart Belville deals 40% additional damage to ground enemies. The fuck is this? No, it's not raining here. Are you a bad guy? Are you a good guy? What do we have here? On critical strike, increases attack speed. Got another one of those? Yes, 0 rings so far. Dude, this is just put the fucking lizard here. This is just a bazaar. This is exactly the, but hell, this even looks like a Risk of Rain world. Let's put it here. Oops. Dude, the white painting is rough. Dude, I really think that you have to be brave to make a 3D model of a character and give them like patterns on the butt. Because the deformation is rough. Wait, how do I go back? Can I go? Alright, there we go. That's how I do it. That's a Minecraft tree. Oh, these are just mines. Boom. Alright. It's not bad. Risk confirm without getting the players wet. Alright, what is this? On kill enemy, drop a healing orb, and then when you are low health, additional increases the attack damage. Okay, it's just a watch, but it doesn't break. And then we have deal extra damage to enemies with high health. So if we keep on going with these, we probably want to migrate towards like a grenade build and the grenade launcher. The attacks are so cute. Yeah, I mean, the characters, I feel like they have personality. I feel the worlds may be a little bit too big for the amount of enemies that we're getting so far. Like, maybe once we get to higher difficulties, it's gonna change. But as of right now, it feels a little bit too empty. The fact that we don't get a running button that we have to wait for a few seconds before like sprinting, and then we lose the sprinting when we attack. If it was, it wouldn't feel as bad. I feel if we lost the sprinting, as we got hit, right? Then there will be a little bit of an incentive to dodge as much damage as possible. That's why you don't play WoW, because there's no sprint. True story. But there's mounts. See, that's one complaint that I have. It's not the fact that you can't use sprint in Final Fantasy XIV. It's more so the fact that you can't use mounts in towns in Final Fantasy XIV. And it's so annoying. Because they make you walk so much. Can I please get my item? Did they have to copy that too? Oh my god, dude. PDO allowed it. The problem with Black Desert Online is Black Desert Online. For another time, yeah. Reduce weapon spread by 50% for a laser, dealing 100% damage. Every Radis machine gun 50 hits or rabbit cannon 10 hits. I think I'm gonna go for that. Okay, I'm waiting for a little bit. Where is this? Is that where I spawn? Yeah, I think that's where I spawn. Wilfer in the storm. I don't think they care too much about that. I think I saw a skin yesterday that it was nothing but bandages. But I don't think we can actually. Okay, I'm gonna 300 and what? Hospital RP or mummy RP? It's skimpy mummy, right? Like mummies can be skimpy too. Bueno, hay que bañarla todas las semanas ahora. Alright, we got enough money. Please give me something. There we go, thank you. Increase critical hit chance strike. Let's go back. Let's go. Okay, where could the thing be? Yeah, I sing a lot. Let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns. I don't know the lyrics in English. Son patéticos, escuálidos, nunca entienden qué pasó. Hombres fuertes en acción serán hoy. Mantener la calma en la tempestad. Siempre en equilibrio. Y en vencer, pensar. Did we check the character? Nowadays, we don't really know. Oh. Alright. That was the actual... Fuck! Oh, it's just a bunch of mines. Alright, that was broken. Did we win? Her verdict deals 70% additional damage to large enemies, increases traffic cannon, explosion. I think we're gonna go for these. What the fuck were those black holes? Wow. Y se marchó. Yeah, I mean, right now it feels kind of empty. Alright. Game's cute, but I'm gonna get going. I'm tired. And honestly, it feels empty. It feels very early access. Which it is. Hopefully they polish it and they give it a little bit more like a more real identity, because right now it's way too much of a copy of Risk of Rain. So we're gonna get going. I'm gonna throw you guys over the niche baker. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. No idea what we'll do tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, dude, Final Fantasy VI, right? So we can play Final Fantasy VI tomorrow. All right, I'll see you guys later. Stay safe. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate the company. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, bye bye. Bye bye.